Silver Jubilee commemoration lectures and the function, and happens to be the last Saturday of April, which is also World Veterinary Day. Is an additional happy occasion to all of us by celebrating the presently ongoing Silver Jubilee celebrations here at Hotel Nala on behalf of our laboratory, college and the university. When we searched for the dates, upon consulting the two foreign speakers, especially Dr. Kannan Ganapathy and Mr. Nava, we had to stumble on this day, blessing in disguise, with their availability, at this hall's availability, without overlapping on any of the marriage or equivalent function in this area, and it is the Almighty for certain given reasons. So today is a gifted day for us, additionally the World Veterinary Day. Sirs, on this occasion, I welcome our beloved Dean in charge, Dr. G.A. Balasubramaniam, who also happened to be our permanent and seasoned invitation committee chairman for every function and occasion of this college since ages, and also my undergraduate mate between the year 1981 and 87. I feel honored to have our Dean in charge, Dr. G.A. Balasubramaniam sir, as presiding officer for this function of invited lectures. Welcome, sir. So we all know that Field Laboratory has completed 25 years, for which we are celebrating the function. And in fact, into its 29th year of the yeoman's service. And we are witnessing, I repeat, we are witnessing a very rare presence of the same gentleman who started with great difficulty on establishing the laboratory atmosphere, accounting, sample procedures, results, farmers counseling, and many related activities. The first being Dr. B. Mohan, the controller of examination of TANUAS, who was also the Dean, Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal, between the years 2018 and 21. Today is adorning the function as chief guest in the presence of Dr. D. Chandrasekharan sir for the same laboratory's Silver Jubilee function. What an occasion, sir. I feel privileged and humbled that I, the later entrant to the laboratory in the year 1996, get the rare opportunity to facilitate these two stalwarts to meet today again on this occasion. Sir, I know how you both toiled to give life to this laboratory, which has grown to this level, and also gifted in congregating the same team today for the laboratory's great function. I take this opportunity to show this august gathering an instrument, a 3-decade instrument, in fact, the oldest one in our laboratory. You carried, sir, way back in 1994, all the way from the customs clearance from Chennai, and it is still in use, sir. That is the good news. So it is the age of this laboratory. And that is one of the good maintenance practices that the laboratory was practicing by the earlier officers. I welcome you, sir, to the great occasion. And who could be a more apt and personality than you to chair this Silver Jubilee function of this laboratory. I welcome Dr. D. Chandrasekharan sir, the founder professor of the function, who spearheaded this laboratory with much needed fillip and also the integrity, I repeat, the integrity, which make this laboratory peculiar in its impartial aspect in delivering the analytical service to the feed industry all over India. I have to welcome Mr. A.K.P. Chindraj, Member of the Parliament, Namakkal, who will be arriving very shortly, and the seasoned poultry farmer since ages who prefer to attend this function as a farmer. I welcome the speakers Engineer George A. Nava from Singapore, Dr. Kannan Ganapathy sir, Professor, University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, Sri Kanakraj, freelance consultant, Chennai, Dr. K. Jayaraman, freelance poultry consultant, Pune, who are going to be the heroes today by delivering their best choicest lectures on their respective field of specialization. I welcome Dr. S.T. Selvan sir, Dean, College of Poultry Production and Management, Hosur, who took pains to travel from Hosur once again. I also welcome Mr. Wangili Subramaniam, Managing Director, Wangli Group of Companies and President, Egg Marketing Society, Namakkal. I welcome Mr. Singaraj, President, Tamil Nadu Layer Farmers Association and President, All India Poultry Exporters Association to this series of lectures despite his busy schedule today. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Damodar Patat, General Manager, Suguna Foods, Coimbatore. I welcome Dr. R. Chandrasekharan, Director, Kemin, Mr. Satish, Feed Milling Specialist, and his team. The Kemin India has arranged the first 2 lectures on feed milling technology when I suggested the concept to them. I welcome Dr. Arindam Chatterjee, Director, Agrivet Solutions, Kolkata, who reached here yesterday exclusively for this function. I also welcome Dr. Shivraj, General Manager, SKM Egg Products Exports India Limited, E-Road. I welcome Dr. Sukkalingam, General Manager, Shanti Feeds Private Limited, Coimbatore, and his team of feed plant and veterinarians. I also welcome Dr. Ramurthy and his team, Krishi Nutrients Private Limited, Perundurai. I am also happy to welcome with pride broiler farmers from Udumalpet, Krishnagiri, Pollachi, Palladam and Coimbatore in good numbers by accepting our invitation with their plant managers. I am sure that the first 2 lectures will enrich your knowledge, sir. I am also immensely happy to welcome Mysuru farmers, Mr. Manikam, Mega Farms, and Mr. Satish Babu, Bengaluru, with their sons, who are really a pleasant surprise and honored to have you, both of you, all the way from Karnataka, Mysuru. I welcome our co-animal nutritionists from our fellow colleges. I welcome our sponsors for their generous contributions, but for them, this event should not have been this much rich and attractive way. I welcome our retired professors, Dr. B. Mohan, the then ADL Professor Namakkal, and Dr. Ramurthy, Poultry Science, who has come all the way from Kanjivaram to attend and see the colleagues. I welcome HODs of various departments, associate professors, assistant professors of ECRA Namakkal, and other colleges of the university in good numbers. I welcome the administrative staff and non-teaching staff of the VCRA Namakkal. I also welcome the PG students of animal nutrition, poultry science, and other departments. I also welcome the engineering department staff, who has helped in a great way to bring number of students and other people to this occasion. Lastly, I wish to place my welcome note on various Silver Jubilee Committee chairmen and the members who have toiled all the way since the beginning of this function for the successful conduct of this 3rd event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your pleasing words of welcome and for recollecting the remarkable contribution made by our chief guest to the lab. Thank you, sir. Now it's time to honor our chief guest. I now request our Dean in Charge, Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal, Dr. G.A. Balasubramaniam, sir, to honor our chief guest, Dr. B. Mohan, sir, Controller of Examinations, Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, with a shawl and a memento as a token of love. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Natarajan, sir, Organizing Secretary of Silver Jubilee Commemoration and President Head of Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Assurance Laboratory, to honor Dr. G.A. Balasubramaniam Sir, Dean in Charge, Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal, with a shawl as a token of respect. Thank you, sir. I invite our Dean in Charge, Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal, Dr. G.A. Balasubramaniam Sir, a calm and an even-tempered personality, for the special address.
Good morning to all. The respected chief guest of today's event, Dr. B. Mohan, Controller of Examination, Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Science University, and Organizing Secretary of the Silver Jubilee Commemoration, Dr. A. Natarajan, Professor and Head, Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Assurance Laboratory, and the Co-Organizing Secretary, Dr. Kavita, and our respected Professor, the founder of the laboratory for which we are celebrating this Silver Jubilee celebration, Dr. D. Chandrasekharan sir, and our senior professor, Dr. M. R. Purushothaman, and the technical experts who are representing the various companies, and our respected Dean, College of Poultry Production Management, Dr. S. T. Selvan sir from the Hosur, and our respected Professor Dr. Ramurthy of Poultry Science, and people who are coming representing the various companies, and the faculties of our college, and PG students, ladies and gentlemen, and very good morning to all. But actually the purpose of the celebration or the today's event is a continuation of the earlier one we had in the last month, March 20th and 21st. We had two lectures. That is, one is the formulating with the high ingredient prices, and another one is the current challenges for broilers and layer farmers. That was delivered through online by Dr. Steve Lesion. But it was a very good amount of the participants witnessed the particular event. But of course, most of the queries raised in the minds of the poultry farmers were addressed by the particular lecture delivered by Dr. Steve Lesion. Actually, to be precise, the particular celebration what we have today, that is the Silver Jubilee celebration of the Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Assurance Laboratory. But as you know, some of you may be familiar with the history behind the establishment of the particular lab in 1994. But actually when we are the contemporaries, myself, Natarajan and Dr. B. Mohan. But actually in 93 I joined here. I moved from Dharmaburi after putting 3 years service in the peripheral center. I came to college. By the time they are joining here. But by the time the outbreak of the IBD, infectious bursal disease, was very rampant in the field. So by the time the university was hectic to counter or encounter the particular issue. But along with that outbreak of infectious bronchitis and some other Newcastle disease was also there. For that, Dr. A.T. Venugopalan, our senior professor, director of the animal health, he came and settled here in the Namakkal, and from farm to farm we also visited. By the time since I was newly joined here, I was in charge of the clinical pathology laboratory that is located in the veterinary clinical campus in the Namakkal town. So by the time, even on the Sundays also, we used to go there along with Dr. A.T. Venugopalan and visited the farm to deal that IBD outbreak in the field. But actually, ultimately, we traced out and find out the thread of the culprit for all those outbreaks was the feed toxicity or mycotoxicosis. That caused the immunosuppression and subsequent outbreak of the diseases. So by the time that is that particular instances and necessitated the creation of the special laboratory like this one, what we had earlier, animal feed analytical and quality control laboratory, not assurance laboratory as we have now. So by the time our university, we are also very fresh. We don't know any idea. So by the time under the leadership of the Dr. Chandrasekhar, it was established, but still I am able to remember the particular incident at the inauguration of the lab. But as I said, I was in charge of the clinical laboratory in the hospital campus. There was one small room. Originally, that room was constructed for the postmortem room for pathology. In that, because of the constraints of the building, we operated the clinical pathology lab. See, in that, they arranged the very first day for the inauguration, we all arranged the instruments. One of the gas stove also borrowed from the pathology department. Still, but still, of course, they returned after some time. So like that, still I am able to remember the particular day the lab was started with so much RDLs under the leadership of Dr. Chandrasekhar that was established, and subsequently it was flourished to the status what we have now. Then since I was the regular in charge of the lab, I know our chief guest, Dr. B. Mohan, he was the pioneer. He joined with the Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, and he toiled like anything to bring the lab to this better stage to the society to serve the needs or to cater the needs of the poultry farmers. But still I am able to remember, but daily I used to go to the our clinical pathology laboratory, and every Saturday I used to visit the feed lab to meet Dr. Mohan. Why the Saturday only I visited? By the time only Dr. Chandrasekhar was not there. That was why I visited only the Saturday. And he used to come to our lab. So still that lingering in my mind, very fresh. So actually Dr. Natarajan, it is very apt to the persons who contributed a lot for the development of the laboratory still occupying the position and coveted the position. Still I am very happy to see them both in the today's in position what they are. But as I said, initially the lab was established quality control laboratory. Then after the servicing or rendering the service to the society after a considerable period or considerable years, it was converted into assurance laboratory. That is purely based on the confidence the lab acquired. But whatever the result it gives, it will stand. So nothing can nothing can comment on the result what we are giving from the laboratory. To such a level, the confidence level was raised because due to the continuous experience of the laboratory. And but initially 1994, the samples was 3,000 plus. Then subsequently it came to 25,000 plus was increased to such a level. The lab experience was increased, and the efficacy of the lab and service quality of the lab was also increased. Then the NABL accreditation. But you know that the importance of that NABL accreditation, it is not just like that issued by any organization for the performance of the laboratory, but purely based on the calibration and other analytical results what it is issuing. Based on that is the ISO IEC 17025 that was obtained 2017 NABL accreditation. But still right from that it was still continuous. But I know that to obtain that accreditation, how much effort Dr. Natarajan put, because 2017-18 I was the dean in charge of the college. So by the time he shared his, but I know that what RDLs he is undergoing to achieve that proper certification. So that still continues, but there are some other laboratories also got that NABL accreditation. But this accreditation is entirely different from those laboratories because the nature of the work is different. But it is purely meant for the analysis, analytical work, especially the feed analysis. So, but that will speak about the standard of the laboratory. But it is the first of its kind in our country, and moreover, this lab was started as a self-finance scheme in 1994 onwards. That is the meeting out its own expenditure from its own income generation. But out of that, apart from the service it is rendering to the farming community, it is also meet out the requirements of the research scholars and the project work from other institutions. So like that, this lab is rendering very good job. And though there are some financial constraints over there, even the more overburden of the workload is also there, but still the lab maintains the minimal charging very minimally for the samples, because only with the motive of the rendering the service to the farming community. But that is the current status of the lab for which we are celebrating the Silver Jubilee. But of course, there is in the continuation of the series of the events, there is one more poultry expo is also there, I hope. So for which Dr. Natarajan is work like anything. I know because since we are the batchmate and close friends, so what activities he is doing on and off, he used to explain to me. So I know that. And but still the nutrition, there is a potential candidates or potential faculties are there, but Dr. Natarajan will be retiring the next year, and subsequently all the senior people will go off. But there are people, juniors, with required potential is there to maintain, to bring the lab to the further status, and they are able to counter the challenges what arise in the field in future, because there is no any full stop for the issues and problems and the challenges in the field. Continuously from one corner it will come, and if we settle down the issue, another problem will come from another corner. So the coming and arising the issues are continuous process. To overcome all, to settle down all such issues, the people have the caliber to meet out the challenges, and I am very sure in future more laurels will be adorning the crown of the laboratory. And today we have the 4 lectures, but especially all the 4 are centered on the feed milling, that is the fundamentals of the feed milling process for better performance of the birds. Birds that will be delivered by engineer George A. Nova, and precision in feed milling, Mr. M. Kanagaraj. He is a freelance consultant, feed milling technology. And our favorite Dr. Kannan Ganapathy sir, he will be delivering on the health issues, better health production through improved control of respiratory diseases in chicken flocks. But actually Kannan Ganapathy is from the University of Liverpool, UK, and he is a poultry specialist. And Dr. Jayaraman will be delivering on the implications of the feed and nutrition on healthy poultry. But I am very sure the deliberation of these 4 lectures will meet out the requirements of the poultry practitioners and the industry people and those who are representing the various companies. And I wish the AFACOL for its better service to the farming community and the research scholars. And once again, I wish the Silver Jubilee to be a grand and the successful one. Wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for bringing back the memories of establishment of this reputed lab and for highlighting the contributions of the stalwarts of the lab. Thank you, sir. Our chief guest gracing us with his presence in the stage is not new to us all, but to mention a few words about sir, he started his journey in Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University in January 1993 at the Department of Animal Nutrition, Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal. Later, he was transferred to Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Control Laboratory, as mentioned by our Dean in charge. It was then Quality Control Laboratory. Sir worked there to assist Dr. D. Chandrasekharan sir, founder professor of Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Control Laboratory, and he served there till 1996 and then got transferred to Department of Animal Nutrition. In 2006, he was transferred to Krishi Vigyan Kendra of VCRI Namakkal as professor and head and worked there till 2015. He has made remarkable contribution at KVK, and in fact I was also blessed to work under his guidance in my first career. From 2016, he worked as professor and head Department of Animal Nutrition, Veterinary College and Research Institute, Varthanadu, and assumed additional in charge of Dean at VCRI Varthanadu for a period of 1 year. From 2018, he was promoted as Dean, Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal, and continued for 3 years. In 2021, he assumed the post of Controller of Examinations, Tanuvas, and continuing till there at his service. So, sir is a recipient of numerous awards like Best KBK Award for his outstanding contribution, Best NICRA Award, and so on, and has 37 articles with 437 citations. He is known for his integrity and efficient approach to handle things. I feel immensely privileged to invite this eminent and dynamic personality to deliver the chief guest and presidential address.
Good morning to one and all. We are gathered here to celebrate the Silver Jubilee celebrations of Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Control Laboratory. And the second part is this series of lecture. Today, 4 lectures have been organized. The Dean of the Institute, Dr. Selvaraj, he has been awarded and he has left to Vijayawada. He has informed us and yesterday he has gone. My greetings to him. The Dean in charge, Dr. G. A. Balasubramaniam, was presiding this function. Dr. Natarajan, my classmate, who is heading the Feed Analytical and Quality Assurance Laboratory, organizing secretary for this program. 4 speakers have come from abroad for today's lecture. One is engineer George A. Nava, then Mr. Kanagaraj, then Mr. Kannan Ganapathy, and Dr. Jayaraman. I'm not going to mention my mentor, Dr. Chandrasekhar, in the invitation list. I will speak about him during the process of my lecture. Dr. Ramurthy sir has come here, our senior. Dr. Selvam, the present Dean of Hosur, is here. Dr. Napoleon, my senior, is here. And Dr. Natarajan, AD, Animal Husbandry, also we met today. There is one more senior to all of us, Dr. Kumar Sami from Neospark has come here. Dr. Meghanathan from VHL has come here. Dr. Vijay Anand was our student, an entrepreneur we could meet here. From the poultry industry side, I've seen Mr. Singaraj. I know him last 30 years, a doyen in poultry industry. Mr. Bama Ranganathan from Sun India Hatcheries, whom we could see here. And many more poultry entrepreneurs are there. The other organizing committee members who have gathered here, staff members of Feed Analytical and Quality Control Laboratory, who have been the backbone for this institute, staff members of Veterinary College and Research Institute, PG students. I really appreciate the Professor Annette for inviting all the PG students. They are going to be the second line for our university. And the whole team which is organizing this program. So today they are celebrating the Silver Jubilee celebration. It was planned 3 years before, but due to COVID, we could not organize the program. So as rightly told by Dr. Balasubramaniam, in the veterinary hospital campus in Trichy Road, we had the Avian Disease Investigation Unit, ADIU. Dr. Durarajan was heading the department. And when there was an outbreak of IBD, we had more small farmers with 1,000 to 2,000 birds. The mortality rate will be around 80%. They will bring the dead birds and throw in front of the door of the ADIU. They were frustrated. They did not know what was the problem. As rightly told by Dr. Balasubramaniam, Dr. A.T. Venugopal sir and all, they used to come and stay in a lodge here for 10 to 15 days. There was no guest house and all in our college. And they used to go to field and investigate, and that is how they found it was IBD. And the need for Feed Analytical Laboratory was, the seed was sown there by our former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jnana Prakasam, former Professor Dr. Nadanam, and former Registrar Dr. V.D. Padmanabhan. And they identified if this lab has to come, who should be the person. So it was people identification was the key there. And that's how our teacher, Dr. Chandrasekhar, who was working as, that time he just completed his PhD, and he became the professor. He was selected to head the post. And immediately when the news came, Sir called Natarajan and myself and told us to work out what are the requirements to start a lab. So we have made a handwritten calculation about what are the chemicals glasswares required. And so when they wanted to start the lab, it was on 14th April 1994. All the glasswares and chemicals were brought from unused centers of our university labs, from Pottaneri, Ooty, and at that time they had only one Omni vehicle that was spared. So all the equipments and glasswares were brought and handed over to the laboratory. That's how the lab was started. So on the first day itself, we started receiving huge number of samples. We did not know how to process it. My job was to put the sample in the mixie and grind it, fine grind it. My professor used to sit next to me. He will weigh 2 grams in the electronic balance and he will put the 2 grams into the flask for digesting to test the protein. So only 2 of us were there. So I think today the number of CLs day by day after the process, it has crossed nearly 30. So we started the lab like that. In fact, he was a mentor. He held us in all aspects. Exactly 9 o'clock, the office will open. 5:05, it will close. But there is no extended working times, but very effective with half an hour lunch time, like a private company it used to work. Since being a government, we could not increase the billing price for the testing, so it was to be made self-sufficient. So the idea came from our professor to reduce the cost of testing. So first he started with the procurement of chemicals. So in government process, if you go for rate contract, the price was exorbitant. So he used to call all the chemical suppliers and used to negotiate the price. And those days, even today, we are afraid to sit in front of him because we respect him as a teacher. So he used to call me and make me sit in his room while negotiating the price to see that it is very transparent. So transparency was there and also teaching us indirectly how a procurement should take place in an organization. So initially it was people driven. So SAR was selected, he selected us to the lab. Then it was process driven. He brought the process and system, how it has to operate. So this is how we started working. And of course we had one assistant, Mohan Kumar, who was proactive and he started computerizing all the accounting system. That is how the whole process started. There was an outbreak of aflatoxicosis in SKM broiler production unit, and there was a fight between the nutritionist and the poultry science whether it is aflatoxicosis or a health issue. And the sample was brought to our laboratory, and we could not run the TLC. Again, our professor only knew that in Chennai it is highly humid. Running a TLC was very easy, but here in Namakkal the humidity was 40 to 50%. We could not run the TLC test. So with a small spark, he added water and the test became successful, and we could start the simple method of aflatoxin through TLC. That was the spark of innovation in standardizing the aflatoxin testing. And the whole SKM team used to come and sit in our lab to get it confirmed. What was the reason? Then groundnut cake was the culprit, and other mycotoxins were there. Immediately, Sir deputed me to Kerala to 21 days training in a Center for Advanced Studies in Pathology, and we could learn the multi-mycotoxin analysis in a single stroke. That was the technique what we learned there, and we started adopting. So like that I can tell so many developments this lab has started. It started with proximate analysis, then contaminants were the issues, later adulterants were the problem, micro minerals started analysis, then mycotoxins. By the time I went back to the nutrition department. Then the team of Dr. Chandrasekhar, Dr. T.K. Sundaram was there as a chemist, Dr. Nadarajan. They took it to the next level. Enzyme estimation, now vitamin estimation, amino acid estimation has happened. For a decade, Sir was heading the lab, and it was right time he came back to our nutrition department. All his experience he started sharing with the PG students to take up the research. Then Dr. Ravi came as the next occupant. He served in the lab, and followed by the Dr. Nadarajan stayed there. He was there as assistant professor, associate professor, and today he has become the professor. Almost 3 decades he has served in the lab. So what our teacher has taught about transparency and honesty in the laboratory has gone into the blood of both of us. So it cannot be removed. If we want also, we cannot do mistakes. Whatever good things we have learned from them, it has been in our blood, and it will be forever. So this is the lesson what we have learned from this lab. So when we worked with the seniors, we did not have any target for ourselves. We did not have any personal targets. What was the institution target was our target. Whatever the institution demand was there, we were working for it. That's how when both of us went for promotion, luckily the same Dr. Chandrasekhar came there for an interview committee member, and he asked only one question: should we interview them also? Then the whole interview committee stopped interviewing us, and we went through the interview process. So we did not have any personal targets within us. Whatever seniors told, we believed, and we started working. That's how the status of the lab has come to this stage. Now, if you look at Veterinary College and Research Institute at Namakkal, since I was a dean there for 3 years, if you enter through gate 1, it is an academic institute. So 2 for occupying the staff. 3 is completely service sector. You have the feed analytical laboratory as well as the poultry disease diagnostic laboratory has come. The 4th is the Arvin Gate, and 5th is the farm service. 6th is the Krishi Vigyan Kendra, and 7th is the hospital complex. A complete requirement of a land grant model veterinary college with academics, research, and extension is as such. They used to say veterinary college Namakkal was carrying more to poultry only. It was true in 1994. 1994, the field analytical laboratory came there. Center for Advanced Studies in Poultry Science came to Namakkal. 5 years, all the PG students were made to do research work on poultry. That was the initial stage because of the demand. Then once the 5th gate of service sector was fully established, the livestock farm sector, feed mill, everything was established. The small farmers also were taken care. And after the establishment of KVK, the farmers were taken care. And after the full-fledged establishment of hospital, the total Veterinary Council of India requirement of a veterinary college has been fulfilled, and it is one of the top colleges in the 54 colleges in the country. So with this good legacy of the institute and service of the lab, TANUAS has contributed to the sectoral growth of this poultry. No one can doubt it, and it will continue to grow and handle the poultry industry in the future days also. Recently, the Veterinary Council of India has brought the minimum standards for veterinary education 2023. Last revision was done in 2016. Before that, the Department of Poultry Science was part of the veterinary education. From 2017, only 17 departments were approved for educating BBSc students. At that time, the Department of Poultry Science was not there. Again, during 2023, now the draft proposal has been ready. University has started supporting the inclusion of Department of Poultry Science so that the Bachelor of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry, we give the degree as BBSc and AH. In abroad, it is DVM. Here, so the Bachelor of Veterinary Science and Animal Husbandry will include the poultry also. So this is the stand of TANUAS, and the Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, the Veterinary College and Research Institute at Namakkal, and all the service sectors in the Namakkal campus will definitely take care of day-to-day needs of this lab and the farmers, and we'll all grow together. Thank you, and wish you all the best for this program. Best wishes.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the hardships faced for the establishment of the lab, which is a great motivation for all of us to think of while taking up a task. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon my colleague, Dr. R. Kavita, Assistant Professor, Animal Feed Analytical and Quality Assurance Laboratory. She is known for her hardworking nature, and she always executes work in a planned manner on time. I request her to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all gathered here. Happy World Veterinary Day wishes for all the veterinarians who gathered here. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. On behalf of our Avakal family, I feel incredibly honored and privileged to extend the vote of thanks on this promising day of the Silver Jubilee function. This is a significant day in Avakal's history, as we have hosted the Silver Jubilee lectures usefully to the gathered poultry professionals. On behalf of our college, as well as Avakal's whole fraternity, I extend heartfelt thanks to Dr. B. Mohan, Controller of Examinations, Stanwas, Chennai, and former Dean of Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal, for the Silver Jubilee function, who is the first assistant professor who toiled in the initial days in the feed lab, which is now transformed to Avakal. His hard work will remain in our hearts ever. Thank you, sir, for participating and delivering the felicitation address. A successful team is a group of many hands and one mind. Yes, the man behind the team is none other than Dr. D. Chandrasekharan, sir, Professor and Head, Department of Animal Nutrition, who is the architect behind the establishment of this Avakal. His hard work, determination in achieving the goal, and the direction shared will remain in our hearts ever. Thank you, sir, for participating in this function. I place my warm regards and heartiest congratulations to Dr. A. Nava, consultant to animal and aquatic feed manufacturers, Singapore, who is able to deliver his Silver Jubilee lecture on fundamentals of the feed milling process for better performance in birds. I place my warm regards and heartiest congratulations to Mr. M. Kanagaraj, freelance consultant, feed milling technology, Chennai, who is able to deliver his Silver Jubilee lecture on precision in feed milling. I place my regards and heartiest congratulations to Dr. Kannan Ganapathy, Professor, University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, who is able to deliver his Silver Jubilee lecture on better health production through improved control of respiratory diseases in chicken flocks. I place my warm regards and heartiest congratulations to Dr. K. Jayaraman, disease specialist in poultry, who is able to deliver his Silver Jubilee lecture on implications of feed and nutrition on health of poultry. I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. M. Selvaraju, Dean, VCRI Namakkal, who is not able to attend the function, but his valuable suggestions in every phase of the organizing this program deserve this special mention. I sincerely thank Dr. G. A. Balasubramaniam, Dean in charge and Invitation Committee Chairman, VCRI Namakkal, for his gracious presence and the felicitation address in this function. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. S.T. Selvan, Dean, Center for Poultry Production and Management, Hosur, for his gracious presence. I would like to thank Dr. Nadarajan, AD, Animal Husbandry Department. I would like to thank Dr. Damodar Pathak, General Manager, Suguna Foods and Feeds, Coimbatore. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shushant Rai, Managing Director, Rice and Nutrition. My sincere thanks to Dr. R. Chandrasekharan, Director, Kemin, who arranged the first 2 lectures on feed milling technology when suggested to the concept team. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shivraj, Manager, SKM Feed Egg Products, E-Road. I would like to thank Dr. Chokalingam, General Manager, Shanti Feeds Private Limited, Coimbatore, who came with his entire feed milling team. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ramurthy, Managing Director, Krishi Nutrition Private Limited, Perundurai, who came with his team of vets and plant managers. I take this opportunity to thank AKP Sindra sir. I sincerely thank Wongli Feeds Subramaniam, and I take this opportunity to thank our co-animal nutritionists from various colleges. I sincerely thank our sponsors whose generous contributions made the events more knowledgeable, brighter, and attractive. I express my sincere thanks to retired professors Dr. B. Mohan, Dr. M.R. Purushothaman, and Dr. Rammurthy for their gracious presence for this event. My sincere thanks to Dr. Nainappan sir for his presence. I am immensely thankful to Hospitality and Accommodation Committee Chairman and members, Dr. S. Dharmaseelan, Dr. S. Kadirvel, and Dr. A. Balasubramaniam, and Dr. R. Rajendran for well-planned logistic arrangements and hassle-free accommodation. I am honored to extend my thanks to Event Management Committee Chairman and members, Dr. N. Akila, Dr. G. Selvaraj, and Dr. N. Bharati, and Dr. S. Karthikeyan for planning the events and making the event so elegant as we see now. I sincerely thank Food and Refreshment Committee Chairman and members, Dr. Ezekiel Napoleon and Dr. G. Kumaresan and Dr. Ravi Kumar, who are going to give a nice lunch in this function. I am fortunate to thank Printing Committee Chairman and members, Dr. G. A. Balasubramaniam, Dr. R. Amuda, Dr. P. Vikramachakravarti, and Dr. R. Rajkumar for giving wide publicity and made this event successful. I take this opportunity to thank HODs of various departments, associate professors, assistant professors of VCRI Namakkal, KVK, and PDDCL. I also thank PG and PhD students of animal nutrition, poultry science, and other production, health, and clinical departments from various colleges of Tanuvas who came with the full interest of this program. My heartfelt thanks to the man behind the scene with meticulous planning and hard work, who is none other than Dr. A. Natarajan, Professor and Head Afakal, and Organizing Secretary of the Silver Jubilee function, who seeded this program. When I is replaced by we, even illness becomes wellness. The crew members of Afakal, who are behind the screen but helped a lot directly and indirectly for the conduct of this function, I wholeheartedly extend my thanks. Last but not least, I want to extend a vote of thanks to our organizing team, admin staff, and respected teachers for making this event happen so beautifully. I also cannot overlook the efforts of our volunteers and students who worked dedicatedly for this function to happen. Finally, it's my pleasure to thank each and every one of the poultry professionals who have come from different parts of the country for their participation and their willingness to complete the task by coming out of their comfort zone. I wish a safe return to their respective places with the cherishing memories of this event. Thank you, one and all.
Thanks to Dr. Kavita for a detailed vote of thanks. I now request all to rise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे काहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. Hope this event will provide plenty of opportunity to share knowledge in feed milling technology and disease aspects in poultry field. So now we'll move on to the technical presentation in a gap of 10 minutes. Please be seated. I request all the guest speakers to give their technical presentations. And also request the participants to stay just for preliminary arrangements for the presentation. I kindly request all the participants to come onto the seat. So we'll go for the technical presentation.
3 minutes pass விடு அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து
Hello. 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 Yeah.
I request all the participants to please be seated in their respective places. We'll move on to the technical presentation. Please extend your cooperation. It is getting late. We expect your cooperation, please. Okay, we are moving on to the first technical presentation. The topic is on fundamentals of the feed milling process for better performance of birds. Today we have with us Engineer George A. He has also got 3 years teaching experience at National University and 10 years as consultant in the feed milling industry. He also has served as Vice President of San Miguel Pure Foods Company from 2002 to 2008 and has served as Vice President of BMEG Feeds from 2002 to 2004. And concurrent position of prestigious positions like Vice President of Philippines Nutrition Technology from 2002 to 2005. He has also served as Vice President and Regional Cluster Director for Southeast Asia from 2004 to 2008. And several positions that like President of Philippines Association of Feed Millers from 2002 to 2004 and Member Board of Directors Philippine Nutrition and Technology from 2002 to 2005 and Member Board of Directors San Miguel Pure Foods Company Vietnam from 2004 to 2006. And his current position is serving as consultant to animal and aquatic feed manufacturers since 2010 and consultant at Kazi Farms, Bangladesh since 2013. I invite Engineer George A. Naba for the presentation.
start? I can start. Okay. Hello. Hello. So we can start now. Thank you very much for waiting. Good morning to our gracious host and organizer, care of Dr. Natarajan, other guest speakers, other important guests, to our friends in the feeds industry, ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Nava, a name that is very easy to remember, and I am from the Philippines. I used to work with San Miguel Corporation's feeds business, the largest feed miller in the Philippines. With an annual production of more than 3 million metric tons, I have long since retired from the corporate world, but I continue to help in the feed milling industry as a business and technical consultant. Today, let me talk about the fundamentals of the feed milling process for better bird performance. With prices of raw materials going up quickly, this topic is extremely relevant today so that we can optimize feed milling operations while still ensuring that it supports the improved performance of birds, whether they are layers or broilers. Before diving into the details, let me walk through the outline of my presentation. First is the adventures of Mr. Bean. I guess everyone here knows Mr. Bean. After this story, I'll talk about the feeds manufacturing processes, or the what we call 3+1 most important processes or equipment in a feed mill, which are the following: grinding or particle size distribution, batching or weighing in accordance with the formulation, mixing, which is the heart of a feed mill operations, and finally, for those who are into broilers, the pelleting operations. The objective of my story, or giving this story, is for the audience to easily recall the message and lessons I'll be sharing. I have great respect for the two characters that I will use in this story, which I got from the American Feed Industry Association, but with some twist and animations. So let's start. Let me tell you about Mr. Bean's adventure. There was once a feed mill manager in the person of Mr. Bean, who went to a wise man to seek some advice on how he can improve his inefficient and unprofitable feed milling operations. The wise man gladly gave the manager a charm on a piece of paper that was sealed inside the box. He told the manager to carry the box in every part of his feed mill every working day of the week and every working day of the year. Mr. Bean followed the wise man's advice and brought the charm inside the feed mill. He did as he was told, and he noticed many things in the feed mill, such as his silo, whose inside parts were heavily corroded and needed repairs. The raw material warehouse for grains were in flat and disorganized condition. The hammer mill, heavily damaged rotor, and with overused hammer blades that are begging to be replaced. The weigher was still using the old type mechanical weighing system. The control panel had an old type mimic diagram system with just a start and stop push button. And the horizontal ribbon mixer has an unsafe, unguarded chain drive. When he inspected the inside part of the mixer, he noticed that they were very dirty with lots of accumulated dirts. Because of this, he had the ribbon cleaned, and then Mr. Bean noticed that the shaft had been broken and repaired, but it was obstructing the flow of the mixing of the feeds inside. He went on to another part of his plant where he saw the sad state of his small feed mill. Next, he went to see the pellet mills and found out that there was no insulation in the steam pipe going to the conditioner. Moving on, he realized that the pellet dies were broken. He then went to the bagging area and saw that the weighing hopper was left open due to the constant repairs and adjustment to the weigher. He checked his finished goods warehouse and found out that it was dimly lit. It even had a cat sleeping beside a pallet of feeds, even if pets were not allowed inside the mill. Mr. Bean kept following the wise man's advice, and after a year, he noticed that his operations became successful and profitable. He noted many improvements in his feed mill. The raw material warehouse is now well lit by means of a skylight, and the bags are now properly piled and organized. He had the damaged steel silos replaced, while the others were repaired and repainted. The hammer mill was finally upgraded with a highly efficient air assist system and is now producing higher outputs. The weigher was also upgraded and now uses electronic load cells for accurate weighing and batching of raw materials. The control room was fixed with computers to automate processes. The old mixer was replaced with a big and fast modern paddle mixer that can mix feeds in 1 to 2 minutes. The pellet mill is now fully equipped with a hygienizer or a tensioner, which produces better quality pellet feeds. We also have now a new fats coater installed so that more oil could be put into the broiler feeds without affecting pellet quality. The baggers were updated to the net weigher type for more accurate and consistent measurement of the weight of each bag of feeds. With this, the material loss in his feed mill due to overweighing was reduced and minimized. The finished goods warehouse now has a skylight again and side walling. With improved lighting, everything inside is easier to clean and organize. I hope that the key messages was made clear by the story. A clean plant is a safe, efficient, and profitable plant. The time finally came for Mr. Bean to return the charm to his wise man. Mr. Bean met with the wise man and begged him if he could have the charm for another year. The wise man smiled and replied, "I will give you the charm on one condition, that you must share your learnings with other people in the industry." Mr. Bean agreed, and the wise man broke the seal and handed the charm to Mr. Bean. And on a piece of paper, it says, "If you want things to prosper, you have to look after them yourself." In other words, do not manage your business by remote control. Be hands-on. This is the true secret to have a successful and profitable feed milling operations. Now that we know the secret to success, let me tell you about the major feeds manufacturing processes, starting with the first, which is grinding or size reduction. There are basically two kinds of feed mills. One is pre-grind, where most of the feed mill producing mass feeds for layers fall under. And the other one is post-grind, where most of the big feed mills producing pelleted feeds for broilers fall under. The main difference between the two is that for pre-grind, you grind first before batching and mixing. And for post-grind, you batch or weight the raw materials first before grinding. It is just like for phone plans. With prepaid, you pay first before calling, and for postpaid, you pay after calling. But why grind? Why is this an important process? First and foremost is it helps increase animal performance. Through grinding, ingredients are reduced in size, making them easier to digestive system to work with. This also improves the absorption of nutrient, which then leads to the improved performance of animals. The second reason is that it is a process requirement. By altering the physical characteristics of the ingredients, we will be able to mix, pellet, and store them better. The resulting fineness will allow us to achieve acceptable pellet quality. Different animals have different needs. This is the same for feed particle sizes. Here in India, where poultry is an accepted meat for consumption, and in the case of poultry, they have a large digestive system, so it is advisable to feed them with coarsely ground feeds, something like a D50 of 700 to 1,200 microns. I will explain this later, because you might be wondering, what is D50? How do we get it? Let me digress a bit for this one. D50 is the mean diameter or size of a particle that will allow 50% of the feeds to pass through, and the other 50% to be retained in a certain screen mesh size. To find out what is D50 or the D50 of your feeds, you need at least 6 screen sizes, as shown in this example, a small scale weigher, and 100-gram sample. Following these 3 simple steps, you should be able to arrive at the feed's D50. In this case, it is 1,017 microns. This chart shows that selecting the right screen size, again in this example, a 3 mm screen size holes will produce the right particle size for chick booster and starter, whose required D50 is between 700 to 850 microns. All right, so let's get back to the main topic. There are 4 process technologies for particle size reduction, namely crushing, grinding, fine grinding, and pulverizing. Crushing is normally used for tubers like cassava and other root crops, while fine grinding is used for small animals and fish feeds. Pulverizing is for shrimp feeds, and in general, grinding is for animal feeds, which is our main interest. Let me introduce you to the hammer mill principle as a means to particle size reduction. Raw materials like corn, wheat, and other grains are fed at the top portion, where they are met by a set of fast-moving hammers which break the ingredients into smaller particles upon impact. These ground materials are forced through the screen, the size or opening of which will normally determine the size of the particles. So it follows that small size create fine particles, while big holes make coarse particles. Aside from the screen holes, there are other factors that influence grinding. These are the hammer mill tip speed, the number of hammers, the clearance between hammers and screen. For example, for those who have variable speed drives for their hammer mills, if you increase your speed, the capacity will go down while producing fine particles. And the opposite will happen. If you lower the speed, it will increase your capacity while producing coarser particles. Now let's talk about some physical particle sizes and other specifications like PDI, or Pellet Durability Index, used in our country for chicken and poultry feeds. PDI, as determined by a Holman tester, or the well-known KSU tumbler, is related to the pellets surviving the test and retained on the screen. For broilers and crumbles, the range of D50 for chicken is 700 to 850. This can go higher to 900 to 1,100 microns for growers and finishers. There are some poultry integrators who are now trying bigger particle size with D50 as high as 1,500, with the PDI range still at 90 to 95. And these are the specs for breeder pellets and crumbles. The D50 for the bigger chicken is slightly higher at 100, or rather 1,000 to 1,300 microns, while PDI is same at 90 to 95. In the Philippines, there are still those who use crumbles and also mass for their specifications. Personally, I find the information here helpful as I reference this in my work. There are some rules of thumb and optimizing your hammer mill to help you maximize your grinding performance. Let me give you an example. For instance, a 100 horsepower medium speed hammer mill, you need only 40 blades, while for high speed, you need double that, which is 80 blades. As another example, which is very obvious, is if you want to increase your capacity, get a screen with more open area. A screen with 45% open area will definitely give more capacity than the one with a 35% open area. Of course, for better understanding, let's see how we can apply this information in the real world. Here is an actual case. A 150 kilowatt or 200 horsepower hammer mill rotating at 1800 RPM with the following information. Looking at the horsepower per blade line at 1.14, you will immediately notice that it is about half the standard of 2.3 to 3.1. By decreasing the number of blades from 176 to 88, or just from 8 rows to 4 rows, we were able to increase capacity to 12 tons per hour. And with the additional improvements done, such as hammer mill load control automation, we were able to increase the capacity to 16 tons per hour. The financial impact of the first phase alone saved this company around $400,000 per year. After the second wave, the company achieved higher efficiencies and better grind quality. And if this can be done for the hammer mill, the same approach on other machines like pellet mill can be done for other equipment like the pellet mills and the others. Moving on to the next feed milling process, we have batching or weighing. I will not delve much on weighing and batching, but I will mention some important information. Ingredients are weighed individually in a hopper scale using the modern electronic load cell following a certain formula. There are only two things that I'd like to emphasize here, and these are the time per batch, and this should be equal to or less than the mixing cycle time so as not to reduce the mixing capacity. And number two, weighing precision and accuracy. Equipment suppliers give a weighing guarantee of plus minus 0.2% of full-scale capacity and less than 5% of the smallest ingredient used. This means that the smallest ingredient that you can weigh accurately in the scale, example for the 1,000 kilo scale, is only 4% of scale capacity, and that is 40 kilos only. So what do we do if you need only 30 kilos? In this case, it would be better for you to just use a small weigher and hand tip that particular ingredient directly to the mixer. The next process is mixing. Mixing comes from what we call the heart of the feed mill. As a background, let me share with you the important mixing efficiencies or percent coefficient of variations in feeds. Today, the industry standard for mixing efficiency or coefficient of variation is less than 10% for an excellent mix and up to 20% for poorly mixed feeds. With other parameters being equal, an excellent mix will perform better in the farm than those below this rating. So for us to achieve better feed mixes, we have to start by knowing what kind or types of mixers there are. First and foremost is the old school vertical mixer. Some other feed mills are still using this kind. And here is how it works. You dump all your manually weighed raw materials at the bottom, then these are conveyed by a vertical screw conveyor and discharged near the top for a kind of up-down, up-down, up-down mixing. The main disadvantage of this mixer is that it's going to take you up to 20 or even 30% or rather minutes per batch, which is very long in today's standard. Here is a simple horizontal ribbon type mixer, which is still, again, widely used by feed millers. This mixer is better than the vertical type because you can complete a batch within 5 to 6 minutes. This also allows us to add some liquid like oil and molasses. But please take note that the addition of any liquid will require a longer mixing time because it's going to make your mixer very dirty, and that requires constant cleaning or regular cleaning. Next is the horizontal paddle mixer. A newer version of this mixer uses of big and adjustable paddles and has a higher speed. Hence the name speed mix. Those of you who have Bueller, that kind of mixer is called speed mix. And with this, a batch can only be mixed in 1 to 2 minutes and get a coefficient of variation or excellent mix within that time frame. Next is a newcomer in the feeds industry, known as the two-shaft or twin-shaft paddle mixer. This is really the equivalent of two mixers in one body. The paddles in the two shaft rotate in opposite directions to achieve a complete mix in about 1 to 2 minutes. So as you can see, mixing time keeps on reducing. Here we have a side-by-side summary of the 4 mixers previously mentioned. The recent trend nowadays point to the high-speed horizontal paddle and twin-shaft paddle mixer. As previously mentioned, please take note that when liquids are added, the mixing time will have to be increased. I added my own ranking of these mixers in the last column based on my own experience with them. Of course, this ranking on which mixer to use will ultimately depend on the specific needs and circumstances of the feed millers. Once you have a mixer, you have to be aware of certain factors that can still affect its performance in terms of percent coefficient of variation. And here are the things that you should look out for: insufficient mixing time, particle size, whether coarse or fine, the formulation, which at this point in time we may not have any choice, and sometimes too much liquid. If you add more than 3-4%, I think you will have to increase your mixing time, and chances are you will be in trouble. Other things to look after are the big clearance between ribbon and casing, leaking gates, wrong rotation, over or under filling, and having a dirty mixer. The last one is not necessarily the least, no? And in fact, you may find it the most important. You have to keep your mixers clean. So, what happened after mixing? It's difficult to maintain an excellent rating with all the conveying, bagging, and transfers to the farm. A test conducted just last month, March, in an integrated feed mill of 40,000 tons capacity in the Philippines gave us the following coefficient of variation. At the mixer, we got a 7%, excellent mix. At the bagging line, we get 7.6, still excellent. But at the farm, there was a big jump to about 9.4. You can still classify this as excellent, but it's already at the highest level. While the data confirm that the issue of ingredient separation is true, there are still ways how we can minimize this. And how, you may ask? Well, consider doing the following. Avoid long conveying lines, or you can slow down your conveying speed. Second, you can avoid product drops or make use of some innovations like perforated drop tubes and sliding chutes. You can also add liquid to the mixed feeds, or of course the last resort is pelleting. And just to show you how it looks, the perforated drop tube and sliding chute, this is the actual application. To the left is a perforated drop tube, and to the right is a sliding chute. At this point, let me share with you the results of a survey done on mixer efficiency or percent CB in the Philippines in the last 10 years. In 2012, there were only 18% of the number of participants that got an excellent rating. And in 2017, after 5 years, this increased to 27%, almost doubled. And last year, this further increased to 60%. So what does this mean? The reason to these significant improvements are that, first, feed millers are becoming more and more aware of the importance of mixing efficiency, and second, more feed millers are replacing their old mixers with more modern and advanced mixers. And now, let's talk about the major feed milling process, which is pelleting. When discussing pelleting, I normally start with the factors that affect pellet quality, and how much they affect said quality. First is the raw materials and formulation. Second, particle size reduction or grinding. Third is steam conditioning. Fourth, pellet dyes and rollers. And finally, cooling. So that's practically in the order of importance. The first two, raw material and grinding, happens before the feeds go to the pellet machine. While for conditioning, but for conditioning at present, there are three kinds of conditioners that you may find in the market. First and foremost is a single pass conditioner. This pellet mill is a 20 ton per hour gear drive manually controlled CPM equipped with a big single pass conditioner for a conditioning time of up to 30 seconds. This is used to produce broiler feeds. A double pass conditioner has a longer conditioning time of up to 60 seconds. This is a China-made gear drive pellet mill producing broiler feeds for an integrated feed mill to farm operations. This one is a triple pass conditioner with a conditioning time of up to 120 seconds. There are also special types of conditioners like a differential diameter conditioner. This one. This has one paddle that rotate at different speeds and in opposite direction to provide more turbulence for better steam absorption, and depending on its size, the conditioning time can take up to, again, 120 seconds. Finally, a more common arrangement is the single pass conditioner plus a retentioner or hygienizer, some you call it hygienizer, that allows for up to 120 seconds in conditioning. So why condition the mass before pelleting? And these are the objectives. First is temperature. We'd like to reach a temperature of as high as possible for certain feed types. For example, feeds for adult poultry should reach 80 to 85 degrees centigrade, or sometimes even more, using saturated steam. You see, the cost of thermal energy from steam is a lot cheaper than the mechanical and electrical energy coming from motors. The more we heat up the mass, the easier it will be to pellet. And we may spend a little bit on steam, but definitely we will save a lot on electricity that drives the big motors. Second, we want to increase the moisture content to as high as possible again before choking point. And this happens at around 60% moisture content. The moisture as well as temperature can also be influenced by steam pressure reducing valve. A setting of 1 to 2.5 bar is very common. Third, conditioning allows for turbulence and mixing to happen so that we can achieve the right temperature and moisture content. Fourth, longer conditioning time has been proven to be better. The old school single pass fixed paddle conditioners can only reach 15 seconds depending on its size, while the newer models can reach, again, 120 seconds. Fifth, we have to ensure that the saturated steam is available at point of use. Our steam supply, starting with the boiler, are all designed and done properly with steam piping all insulated. A pressure reducing valve, steam trap, steam and water separators. This should be installed and working properly. Let's move on to the next, the things that you need to know about the dies and rollers. Number one is material used. There are normally three types of materials used for dies and rollers, namely alloy, stainless steel, and high chromium. But I think at this point, let me mention that it is best for the feed miller to discuss with your die suppliers for the kind of application that you need. These are some of the rollers that are normally used. Number one is the corrugated, open or close-ended. Second is dimpled. Third is a special one, tungsten carbide coated, and again, other special configurations. The first two are the most commonly used, but in the end, the most economical die and rollers for you are those that will give you the lowest cost per ton produced. As an important reminder, please take care of your dies and rollers so that this will not happen to you in the feed mill. Maybe that will look familiar to some. Now that we have done with the die and rollers, let's go to cooling. The main purpose of a cooler is to remove heat and moisture from the pellets after the pelleting process. Recall that the pellets are hot at about 80 degrees centigrade and moist at 15 to 16%, so that they have to be cooled down to a level safe enough for bagging and storage. While there are other types of coolers, such as vertical type, cascade type, and horizontal type, the most commonly used and most popular is the counterflow cooler as shown. This counterflow cooler is the most popular because of the following features. Minimal floor space required, moderate to high capacities available, low air requirement, low capital cost, and mechanical simple and easy to operate. Now that we're done with cooling, we can now proceed to actual pelleting. Here's a familiar setup of a 20 ton per hour Buehler pellet mill with a single pass conditioner and a hygienizer. Before proceeding further, please be reminded that the physical properties of raw materials, such as particle size, bulk density, moisture, as well as chemical properties like crude protein, fiber, fat, and others have influence on pelletability. Having said that, in the following chart, I will show you a pelletability chart prepared by a Norwegian company that manufactures pellet binders. Maybe to some of you this looks familiar again. Looking at the chart will give us an indication of how individual raw materials will behave during pelleting. Factors on pellet quality, capacity, and abrasiveness are given a score of 0 to 10, with 10 being the highest. Let's take a look at the details. Here is how it looks. Let's look at corn and barley. They have the same pellet quality factor of 5, but corn has a score of 7 and 6 for barley on press capacity. So it means that you can get higher capacity with corn than with barley. The lower abrasiveness factor for barley, however, may have been influenced by its lower bulk density. I'd like to highlight that the scores here were established based on the experience of that company, but you may use different scores based on your familiarity with the raw materials you use. Another example here is, look at rice bran. Its low pellet quality factor of 2 could have been influenced by the high oil content. Its low capacity factor of 3 is influenced by its low bulk density, and its high abrasiveness factor was because of the high fiber content at 12. Having explained the previous charts, how can this help us? Given a certain type and its formula, we can predict how the raw materials will behave in pelleting. With the information given, we can start calculating the following. Quality factor, higher is better. Capacity factor, higher is better. Abrasiveness factor, of course, lower is better. And this is how we do it. There is a column for raw materials in the formula, and the percent inclusion that will add up to 100%. And then we have to get the values of the factors in the previous tables, and then we just multiply, then add, and then get the total factors for quality, capacity, and abrasiveness. The initial suggestion was for quality factor to at least reach 4.7% to give us a good quality pellet. But later on, I think you can establish your own numbers corresponding to your quality specifications, such as PDI. The following example will show us how this process helps us in predicting how a certain formula will perform in the pelleting operations. Here is a recent actual production that involves a change in the formula of broiler grower pellet from Formula A to Formula B. During that time, there was limited supply of corn, so we have to limit the use of corn. Hence, its use has been reduced from 39% down to 29%. While we have a lot of imported wheat, and so we had to increase the wheat usage from 19 to 29. There was really not much change in the other raw materials. So what would you expect with Formula B in terms of capacity, quality, and abrasiveness? After going through the calculations, let me then show you the summary and the result of this production run. The capacity factor went down from 6.25 to 6.17. And what was the result? Capacity of 20 tons per hour went down to 19. For the quality factor, it went down also slightly only from 3.69 to 3.67. The PDI was tested at 98, showed no change for both. Although at this very high value, you cannot anymore notice the difference. The abrasiveness factor went down from 5.0 to 4.22. But we can only find that out once we finally use up the life of the die and the roller. But in this particular example, we were expecting that the abrasion of the machine will be low. Please also take note that Formula B requires more power to produce at 14.3 kilowatt hour per ton versus the original 13.6. And that was about a 5% penalty. We are near the end of my talk, and so I'd like to leave you with two more important charts that will be a big help as you navigate the challenges of pelleting. The first one shows the relationship between particle size, durability lab unit, which is simply 100 minus PDI, and that is your DLU. It also means the remaining fines in your feeds. The product conditioning temperature as well as moisture content. So, a finer particle size will give you better pellets with less fines. Also, higher temperature and moisture will give you better pellets and even higher capacities. The second chart shows the relationship between capacity in tons per hour, the motor load in amperes, the pellet durability index or PDI, and the pelleting efficiency expressed in kilowatt hour per ton. Obviously, there are really trade-offs, as you can't always get the best of both worlds. So if you want to increase your capacity, it will be at the expense of quality or PDI, and vice versa. In the end, when you are faced with having to choose between pellet quality or capacity, high PDI or high tons per hour, which is it going to be? So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening, and I hope you found valuable learnings and insights today. Again, I am George Nava from the Philippines, your feed mill consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for describing the fundamentals of feed milling processes to be followed for the better performance of birds. So the presentation is now open for discussion. Yeah, we'll have the discussion later. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. D. Chandrasekharan, sir, retired professor and head Department of Animal Nutrition of Veterinary College and Research Institute, Namakkal, to honor our guest speaker, Engineer George A. Nava, with a shawl and a memento. Thank you, sir. Now we'll break for tea and we'll assemble back after 10 minutes at 11:40. I request all the participants to be seated for the next technical presentation. As it is getting late, I request all the participants to get seated for the next technical lecture. சொல்லிட்டுமாங்க சார் உங்களோட இதை சொல்லி ப்ரொஃபைல் சொல்லி நீங்க போனீங்கன்னா ஆல்மோஸ்ட் டைமிங் சார் இன்விடேஷன் 10:50 ஆக்சுவலா நம்ம உங்க இது போட்டது 10:50 சார் பட் இப்போ ஒன் ஹவர்
ஒரு லெக்சர் வந்து பிஹைண்ட்ல வர மாதிரி பிரேக் முன்னாடி கொண்டு போயிட்டோம் சார் லஞ்ச் 1:40 பிரேக்
2 o'clock பிளான் பண்ணோம் சார் பட் மேபி எக்ஸீட் ஆகும் நான் சொல்லி இன்வைட் பண்ணிருக்கேன் சிங்க் பண்ற மாதிரி தான் பிளான் பண்ணிருக்கேன் சரிங்க சார் ஓகே ஓகே சார் நான் இப்போ உங்களை இன்வைட் பண்ணி கூப்பிடுற மாதிரி சொல்லுங்க. So we are moving on to the next technical lecture. We have with us Mr. M. Kanagaraj, a freelancing consultant, technical trainer, come speaker on feed milling. He is holding a postgraduate diploma in digital instrumentation and bachelor's degree in physics. He worked for an instrumentation company, an auto ancillary components manufacturer, and a multinational animal feed additive manufacturer. He has successfully completed a course on Lean Six Sigma Black Belt by American Society for Quality and a course on fundamentals of feed milling technology conducted by American Feed Industry Association. As a consultant, he handled a new feed mill project of capacity 400 tons per day and a silo of storage capacity 10,000 tons. He had helped the organization to improve productivity and quality. He worked for an overseas client, have plans at multiple locations to establish consistent finished product quality from all plants. As a speaker, he delivered speeches in following forums: FeedTech Expo 2019 in Pune, organized by Benison Media; Asian Subcontinent Regional Poultry Nutrition and Feed Formulation Workshop 2018 in Kathmandu, organized by US Soybean Export Council; Training Program for Senior Executives of Cattle Plants 2018 in Anand, organized by Institute of Rural Development, Anand; National Workshop 2017 in Anand, organized by NDDP; and Global Milling Conference 2013 in Chennai and 2014 in Bangalore, organized by Perindale Publishers Limited. So I invite Sir for the presentation on the topic Precision in Feed Milling.
Good morning, all of you. Actually, we are, as per the schedule, almost we are behind by an hour. So I request each one of you have your coffee or tea, come to the table so that we can enjoy both. So the topics given to me is on precision in feed milling. Actually, when I discussed with Dr. Narajan, because in many forums we discussed about the feed milling technology, so then I was just going through many titles. Then I saw there are precision nutrition has been talked in our industry, and everything is precise nutrition, all those things we discussed. So unless otherwise the precise nutrition can be executed, provided the milling process is also precise. So that's why today I'll be throwing some light about how the precision is implemented in a feed milling process. So before entering into the presentation, I'd like to throw some lights on these two words. One is accuracy, another one is precision. What is accuracy? Accuracy is something like how much closer we go to the true value. And what is the difference between accuracy and precision? Precision is, it is not talking about the trueness of the actual value, but it talks about how repeated you are. How again and again I'm hitting the same point. That is precision. So there is a small pictorial representation to explain about these two. So on the left hand side, the topmost, or I'll start from the bottommost. Neither accurate nor precise. That means all the 15 points. You can imagine that a dartboard I'm trying to hit at the center. But the reality is all the 15 points are scattered all across. That means it is neither precise nor accurate. On the left side on the top, now all these 15 points are very closer to the target. So now, compared to the previous one, it is slightly better in accuracy. but still it is not precise because each points are different. Then come to the right side, the bottom. So here it is not precise, it's not accurate because the target is at the center, but all the 15 points are clustered around one particular location. So here it is more precise but not accurate. What is more accurate and then precise is the right side topmost. We hit the target and all 15 points on the target. This is what we want. The same thing if you can apply into your feed manufacturing process, then definitely the feed quality will be on the top. So now we can, especially the feed millers or who are all working in the feed industry, can go back and see how your feed manufacturing process. Definitely it will be one among these 4 examples. And the objective for the another 10 or 15 minutes is how we can able to achieve the more accurate and more precise in our feed manufacturing process, right from batching to bagging. So I'll be giving a specific importance on batching, grinding, mixing. Of course, I'll throw some light about conditioning and pelleting process. So this is normally my common slide in every one of my presentation to give you an emphasis on there is an engineering going on in the feed mill. Of course, we are working in a livestock industry and the nutrition plays a major role. But subtle, there is an engineering process in the industry. So here I would like to highlight some keywords. So your grinding and mixing. So here the engineering process is a blending. So how best you blend, that much will be your subsequent process in your feed manufacturing process. So the next one is the key factor, what we are actually doing to the feed ingredients are, we are basically softening the raw material or feed ingredients. Then the next one, so in the pelleting process, we're actually compressing the nutrients. So compression is nothing but an engineering process. We should know a little bit about, we need not to be a master in engineering, but we should know about how this engineering helps the nutrients to compress. And the last and most invisible process is withdrawal of heat and moisture from the feed. That's what's happening in your cooler. So here in the cooler, we are removing, it's a kind of a reversal of heat exchange. Heat exchange is taking place from the feed materials or ingredients to the environment. And all other process we can see by our eyes, but this process you cannot see. So a lot of emphasis has to go to the cooling process also. And one thing I would like to share at this time, which is wherever I have some direct contact with my clients, I used to keep interact through the modern communication tools, especially this year, from the month of March, I normally observe the environmental factors. And this year, some of the locations where the humidity goes extremely low. You know, previous years, the humidity was something around 35% during the peak summer. This time I am seeing that those places, the humidity touches sometime during the day single digit, less than 10%. So those scenarios will highly having an influence on the cooling process. So if we are not understanding about our environment, it is very difficult to control your process. Then what we will get is inaccurate, non-precise output. So if we know about these factors, we can fairly control. I would not say 100% you can have a control, especially on the environment, but we can fairly control the process. So to start with the batching, so why this non-accuracy and non-precision happening is because of the variations. So first, I just give you 3 inputs from each process. So what is the source for creating the inaccurate and non-precise process? The major reason is the variations. Then the root cause is the variation. How are the variations entering into our process? So here are few of the points as far the batching is concerned. First of all, if there is a deviation in batching, that means whatever the doctor gives the formulation, we cannot able to produce. Even though the nutritionist giving, a very good formulation, if there is an error in your batching system, that is gone. So you cannot achieve the precise nutrition. So normally I used to say that in a feed mill, batching system is our nutritionist. If there is no variation in your batching system, then only you can able to achieve this. And then less nutrients if it goes, naturally everybody knows that it will affect the performance. If a high nutrients goes, the formula is remaining same, the batching system creates an issue, then we have financial losses. So I'll be sharing with you data, how much percentage it is getting deviated also, you can able to see. So this is one typical data. It's a real-time data. So you can see on the left side box, the number of samples are 48 samples have been tested in a from the feed mill. And here the feed protein has been distributed in this statistical analysis. And you can see, hope you can able to see the dotted line, vertical dotted line. Those 2 lines are the specifications given by the company. So the lower specification limit and the higher specification limit. What if the process would have been a highly accurate and precise process means all the 48 samples would have been within these 2 vertical lines. But on the reality, only 44% is within the specification, remaining 56% is either outside or below, either above or below. What it means? And we know that at the top I have given the specification, that is 20.5 is the lower specification limit, then taken a 1% increase. Here also I have taken a conservative number. Even if you want to have a more precise, you can reduce the range. You can reduce the tolerance. So 20 plus or minus 0.5 means, so 20.5 lower specification, 21.5 is your upper specification. The process, what we are expecting is all the data points should be within this 20.5 to 21.5. So what it means, suppose if I produce 1,000 tons of this particular feed, out of that, in this real life scenario, 8% is lower than the lower specification. That means around 80 tons of feed having a protein which is less than the lower specification. You understand what I'm saying? And similarly, on the higher side, 48% of the samples are above the upper specification limit. That means out of 1,000 tons, 480 tons I am producing, which is having a more than 21.5% protein. This is the classical example of inaccurate and highly non-precise batching process. So I I know that 8% less than the lower specification going to create poor performance on the farm, but immediately with this data, I can calculate more precisely how much is the financial loss to the organization. So when I calculate, that has come to around 4.33 lakhs for 1,000 tons of feed. So the statistic, the benefit of statistics is you can very precisely calculate. What is that meaning? You just refer the second column, the 0.1% over the upper specification feed is produced. How much is the feed is produced? 229 tons. All these numbers I have drawn from this chart only. And I just taken a calculated value of protein for 2,000 rupees. This can be varied place to place. You can apply that value, then you can calculate. This is just for an example, I have taken this protein cost and so on. But the more important is, normally, and by the way, I would like to highlight one more thing. So here, the mean is 21.3. On the process data, you can look at the third row. Sample mean is 21.3. And 21.3 is exactly within the specification limit, 20.5 and 21.5. 20.5 to 21.5. Our mean is 21.3. We should not take away our decision that my process is okay, based on the mean. This is the key point I would like to highlight here. As per the mean is concerned, as per the average value is concerned, the process looks like it's good. But actual data shows that there are 8% of feed is below your lower specification limit, and 48% of the feed produced is above the specification limit. And in this case, 48%, how much is the money term? It is 4.3 lakhs for 1,000 tons of feed. So that much accuracy, there is a scope for further improvement in this existing process. That's what I would like to highlight here. So what are all the factors, or where I need to, suppose a process I have in my feed mill is like this, where I need to work. So some of the bullet points I have just shared here, but I'm sure the people in the, the process owners, that when I say process owners, the person who is operating the batching system will have many points to minimize this. Why I am saying is, when I worked for a client, there was a huge variation. I was just given only 2-3 points. These are all the area you can look in, and then if there is an error, you correct it. After correcting it, it is reduced, but not a big number. But the person working in them, and the team works on the floor. The moment you share this kind of information, they identified many areas and then reduced. Now the process is more stable. So few of the points here is, even if it is a manual batching system, my suggestion is go for a small automation by using a load cell and some kind of an indicator. And today the electronics field has been developed significantly along with the IT. Even you can get those information on your mobile, or any computer can be connected. And it's all not going to cost much on the today's context. So that you have to use. And whenever there is a manual addition, even the auto batching plant, there will be a manual addition. Some ingredients they are doing manually, they are adding, like minor ingredients, and some of the, even the micro ingredients like premixes. But whatever you add into the process, it has to be accounted through a load cell and an indication or data acquisition system. That's what my suggestion. That the moment, this is a major shift, because the moment you put this kind of system, the errors are minimized. This third point is a common one, calibrate your load cell regularly. And even in the auto batching system, monitor your batch report on a daily basis or even shift basis. And you will find, see, today's auto batching system having one ingredient, there is an error, it is automatically adjusting in the other ingredient, but that's not good because that particular ingredient goes high, that will affect our balanced ration. So my suggestion is, due to some reason, it's all because of the maintenance issue or on the wear and tear. So if there is any ingredient goes slightly on a higher side, correct it immediately. And the raw material moisture fluctuation also creates these kind of variations. So suppose suddenly if you get high moisture raw material, normally this is a practice in many of the feed mills, they blend old stock with the new stock. Whatever methodology, it's, I leave it to you, but you have to do this. Otherwise, whatever is shown in the graph will be the situation you will face. So this is what I am talking about. So even if there is a small hand addition that needs to be connected with the simple bin, connected with the load cell, and that system has to be tied up with the automation come recording system. Most importantly, what I would like to say is, I have seen many plants, they'll say we have a load cell and it is all connected. But my suggestion is, connect that system with the data acquisition system so that you can record those data, even not on the same day, you can go back and retrieve the data and then find out is there any deviation from the standards. These are all not costing much. I'm talking about a simple mash plant also, this can be done today. So the next process, I'm moving on to the next process, grinding. And hammer mill is mostly used in our poultry industry, and hammer mill, basically an equipment which will create a wide variation in particle size. The nature of hammer mill itself like that. Suppose if you are using a pulverizer or roller mill, there the particle size variation is not this much. But a hammer mill is meant for creating too much of variation. So if the machine nature itself like that, means we need to be very careful about handling this equipment. So I think Mr. George also shared some slides like this. So when you are using a hammer mill, you will see some particles. Suppose if I take a 1 kg of sample, that sample contains less than 500 micron particle also. Same time, I will see some particles with 1000 micron. That means 1 mm or 1.5 mm. So the machine itself will create such kind of variation. So here, the particle size alone is not matter. How much it is distributed is also important. So this is the variation within the batch. So now, if you look at it, the variation here, you can see less than 500 micron on the right hand side, which is having almost 29 or 30% of samples are having less than 500 micron particle size. At the same time, I have 6.6% of particles having a particle size of 1200 micron. That means 1.2 mm. So imagine, so there are very fine powders and there are big particles. So what is the standard? So in the previous presentation, they mentioned about the particle size that is 700 micron to 800 micron for some birds, and for layer 800 to 1200 he has mentioned in the slide. So how those particle sizes are calculated is the average particle size of this sample. For example, if I take 1 kg sample, what is an average particle size of that 1 kg? So there is a small statistical calculation. As per that, if you calculate, for this chart, it has come to 485 microns. So anything below 500 or 600 microns are rated as a fine grinding. Something between 600 to 900 is rated. These are all, it's all, we have given the names. So coarse, and anything above 900 or 1000 micron is rated as a very coarse particle in our industry. So medium, fine, medium and coarse particle. So the same particle size, the same methodology for other industries are different. The coarse, fine and medium is differ. For example, sand particle size also measured the same way, but there the classification is differ. Forget about that. For our industry, anything goes below 500 micron, we are considering as a fine grinding. So as per that, if I look at it, this is a fine ground particle. So the same particle size also, I've done this distribution analysis. It's also called a process capability analysis. So here, 25 samples. You can imagine 25 different batches. The samples have been taken, the average particle size is measured, and when you plot it like this. And in this company's particle size specification is 700 to 800 micron. So the average particle size, the company trying to achieve 700 to 800 micron, but in the reality, there is no particles goes on the lower side, but there are 28%. At the bottom, the table it is given, 28% of the particle which I have produced is above 800 micron. Okay, that is the real meaning of this graph. Again, what I am trying to emphasize here is, if you are not controlling the process, the variation will take place because of the nature. Suppose, sir, you can ask me why the particle sizes are becoming bigger and bigger. You replace the hammers of the feed mill, and then you keep running. After so many tons it is produced, the blade or the beater is started made, because of the wear and tear, it is blunt. When the hammers becoming blunt, the particle size will increase. So normally I used to give my suggestion to the feed millers are, don't replace the beaters or hammers based on the tonnage. You replace your beaters based on this particle size. So normally, I'm using 5,000 tons, then replacing, because to save the cost of the hammer. But you are saving the cost of the hammer by increasing the life, but what will happen to the quality of the feed? If you calculate the economics, this will be more than what you are saving in your hammer cost. Hammer cost per ton, maybe it's a small amount, but whereas if you are making a bigger particle, and then it's affecting your further process of the feed milling, like conditioning and pelleting, it will affect, number one. Number two, it will affect on the performance of the bird also. So that cost, if you calculate, that will be more than the hammer cost. So in this case, it has gone up to 840 microns, whereas the company wants to produce 800 microns, the max. And we also know that it is not possible to make 750 micron every batch. We have to give a tolerance. But that tolerance, beyond that tolerance, if it goes only, the challenge starts. So here, from the target, 140 micron, it is increased. You may think that, sir, what is this? Only 140 microns or maximum only 200 micron. But that small variation, what you think, will create a big differences in terms of milling performance as well as your animal performance. That is why I'm talking about, earlier, many years ago, we talk about, I still remember, I'm just going slightly out of my way. First time in 2006, I think 2005 or 2006, I made one small presentation on feed milling, and I shared with Professor, Dr. Chandrasekhan sir. He said, these areas we need to educate or enlighten our customers. But that is 2006. So those days gone, many developments have happening, And those days, 70%, I think, roughly if I take 70% mash feed, 30% only pellet feed in our country, today it is almost 100%, it is, except the layer industry, the other industries are almost 100% moving on to pellet. So now I cannot talk about that basics. So now we have to talk about the precision and accuracy in the feed milling process. Then only we can go from here to the next level. So these are some of the, if you categorize, you measure the, your hammer mill design, these three factors are very important: tip speed and screen size. Especially, you cannot achieve your particle size by just simply changing the tip speed. Parallelly, we need to work on the sieves also. Your hammer mill screen is there, no? So in the screen, how many holes should be there? That is also having a connection with the particle size. That is having a connection with your energy consumption of the hammer mill, capacity of the hammer mill. So it's all interconnected. HP of the motor, what sieve you are using, how much is the opening percentage of the screen, then how much number of hammers are there in your plant, in the hammer mill, then what type of raw material we are feeding. Whether the feed raw material based on the formulation can be categorized in this 2 or 3 categories. Easy to grind material and fibrous and very difficult to grind material, tough material. Some of the raw materials are very tough to grind. Corn soya is easy to grind. So for what material, what tip speed I need to use, that is also critical. If you do an optimization of all these things, then you can precisely achieve what the particle size you want. And for mostly a layer type of feed, it is 3,900 to 5,400 tip speed is recommended. So by altering the RPM of the hammer mill, we can achieve this. So some of the tips to achieve the precision in grinding is tip speed. Mr. George also talked about the tip speed. So what is my suggestion is install the hammer mill motor with a frequency drive. So you can precisely control what particle size you want. See, if you are producing a chick mash, it should be a very fine particles. And if you are going for a layer stage, the particle size should be bigger as far as the layer is concerned. So you install a variable frequency drive, no need to change anything. Keep varying the RPM of the hammer mill. You can achieve the particle size of a different sizes as per the bird requirement. It's not as per the mill requirement. So I normally don't encourage to count how many tons I am producing in 1 hour. Rather than what particle size the bird want, as per that requirement you try to feed. The mill benefit is the secondary. The bird benefit is our most important criteria. So the next is mixing. Mixing is the one equipment in the entire feed mill trying to minimize the variation. So the all other process, it will increase the variation, but mixing is the one equipment bringing down the variation. So what I mainly seen after the mixing process of different batches, one variation is the moisture. Because if your raw material moisture varies, then naturally your mixing moisture also varies. If this variation carry forward to the conditioning process, then your conditioning efficiency will affect, pelleting efficiency will affect. So as far as the mixing is concerned, we discussed about the CV, try to minimize the CV as low as possible, and then minimize the variation in the moisture also. That is also plays a major role. So here again, I'm invariably using the same distribution analysis. That's why I used to say that you watch your process by using the lens of statistical process. Then only you will be knowing how much the statistical tool, you can use it like a lens that will elaborate or maximize, or it will show you the real variation in your process. So here, in this case, 11 to 12% is the moisture targeted by the customer, but you can see there are 10% and maximum of 13.2 or 12.8, something around 12.75% moisture. So the variation is huge because we are not having a control, we are not in a practice of we are dryer, and after the dryer we are not using the con. Whatever it is coming, we are just using. But if we have a older stock, then lower side will go. If we have a fresh harvesting season, maize arrival time, your higher side it goes. Both is not advisable, try to balance it. So here the variation is 10.5 to 13.5. Now you just imagine the 10.5% moisture feed and 13.3% moisture feed, if it goes to the farm, how it will perform. Naturally, there will be differences in performance at the farm level. So this is the importance. Okay, same mathematics, I don't want to again go through. What I did here is, how much it goes on the higher side, how much it goes lesser side. And if I take 1,000 tons as a standard of production, because I wanted to see you the numbers. See here in this case, you can see 10.5 below 11% moisture is 17.65% of samples are falling that side. That 17%, similarly on the higher side, it is a 47% of samples are more than 12%. What is this meaning? If I produce 1,000 ton, it is 177 tons. Lower side, 470 tons on the higher side. Then, what I am producing out of 1,000 ton, only 353 tons only I produce as per my nutritionist expectation. So the remaining 70%, around say 65%, I am not producing a feed which is the nutritionist requirement or the bird requirement. Then how you are expecting the performance? You should be uniform across in all your farm. I'm just assuming that your farm management is excellent. Even in that case, this variation is going to create some variation in performance at the farm. So that's why I want you to give emphasis on the process control. So I'm just quickly moving some of the slides, just another representation of the same data. So in mixing, some of the tips. Yeah. So the another thing I'm observing in our feed mills, don't simply go by the batch size you select based on some 1 ton mixer. See, normally another mistake what normally we do is, when we are buying the equipment, we say, I want to produce 1 ton per batch. What is the batch size is depending on your bulk density and depending upon your volume of the mixer. Then depends on the mixing time. It's all interconnected. So calculate the batch size based on the volume of the mixer. That is a design criteria. Already you have procured a blender, means what is the volume of that mixer. You ask your supplier what is the volume. And what is the working volume also you ask him. Suppose if it is a 2000 liter mixer, that means 1000 kg. If I assume 0.5 is the bulk density, then I can make 1 ton per batch. But if the working volume is only 75%, then my batch size should be 750 kg only, not 1 ton. So optimize your batch size based on the mixer design. And the second thing is based on the shaft RPM. I'm seeing slight difference between the shaft RPM between different manufacturers. And the last but not least, sequence of addition. So first you add major ingredient, then you give some time, few seconds, then let the major ingredients, maize and soya, let it blend. Then you add the micro ingredients, give some dry mix time, then you add liquid products like oil, then you give sufficient time. This is called a mixing sequence. Follow that very strictly. If you compromise anything here, definitely your mixability will create some variation in the mixer. So you can use a simple sequential timer. If it is a big plant like auto batch plant, it's all PLC is taken care. But even if it is a manual plant, you can say that I have a simple batch mixer. I suggest you go with a sequential timer, put some alarm indication so that the operator should know what is the timing going on. So these are all small automation, small improvement projects we can talk about. So then the conditioning. If there is a huge, this is a big area where we are facing, even in the broiler industry, a big issue, is there are a lot of variation happening in the conditioning. If there is if you see that there is a variation in the conditioning process, then definitely the cooking varies, and cooking is a critical factor. You can refer the Mr. George presentation. 20% of your feed quality as well as plant productivity influenced by conditioning. So it's not 1 or 2%, it's a 20%. So we have to give importance for the conditioning process. So what are all the reasons, what are all the culprits which is creating variation? One is a particle size. We already discussed particle size is controlled in the hammer mill. So we need to be very careful about the grinding process. Then after the hammer mill, the variation is created in the batch mixer in terms of moisture. So control the moisture variation in the mixer. Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll continue. So the particle size has to be the foremost important point because that is the first entry point as far the variation is concerned. Moisture content of the mix. So why the moisture content of the mash feed variation? It is because of the raw material variation. So control the moisture variations. And the third one is the initial temperature of the meal, that means the mash feed. The initial temperature varies because of the environmental condition. So summer, our raw material, environmental temperature is high. Winter, our environmental temperature is low. This creates a variation in the conditioning process. So normally, don't expect uniform moisture addition through steam throughout the year. Because winter, your environmental temperature will be something around 25 degrees centigrade. Today, even we are touching around 40 degrees centigrade. So every, this 25 to 40, 15 degrees centigrade variation is there. This is the nature creates this variation. So don't expect uniform moisture intake in the conditioning process throughout the year. That is another variation. Then the last but not least, the residence time, that is called the retention time or residence time. This will vary because of if everything set after you are running tons and tons, maybe the angle of the blade changes because of the load and other thing. So during your weekly maintenance, you just ensure that the angle is maintained properly. So then the retention time will not vary. So all these factors creates variation in the conditioning process. And the one more important point I would like to highlight here is the steam piping. Because the steam quality is very important as far the conditioning process is concerned. Even though in my list it's the fifth point, that is a far most important point because the steam quality fluctuates based on the proper maintenance of the boiler and the piping size. So here, what we are expecting for a feed industry is a saturated steam. Mr. George has highlighted this point also. What we are expecting is a saturated steam. Whether the steam is in a saturated condition or not, we cannot do a test very often. And it's not the dryness fraction of the steam is not easy to calculate online. So what we have to do, we have to put, this is the one point I am seeing that every feed mill is lacking is, I would say almost 90% of the feed mill is lacking is, the one temperature indicator just before the steam injection point. That is very most important. And install and first and foremost is install a temperature gauge and monitor and record what is the temperature on hourly basis. And if the temperature is around 105 to 110 degrees centigrade, then only the steam is a saturated steam. If it is more, it is a superheated, that means it will be a very dry steam. If it is less, it is a wet steam, we will not be getting a proper cooking. If it is high, again, the feed will not be cooked properly. And we need to monitor this on an hourly basis. If the boiler operator, I have seen in many plants, suddenly the temperature drops because nothing is wrong, the boiler operator is not doing his job properly, then I normally used to say the pellet mill operator and boiler operator should have a communication mechanism so that if there is a drop in temperature, he should record and indicate to the boiler operator so that the temperature is maintained constantly. Very important point. So this is again a chart which is showing the variation in the conditioning mash feed moisture. Lot of variation happens here. So the last the next point is pelleting. The pelleting, in the pelleting, why the variation happen is the rolls and die adjustment. The gap between the rolls and dies should be precise And normally the pelleting operation is an art. Each operator, a skilled operator, an experienced person will produce a different, same formulation, different quality of feed. The less experienced operator will produce a different quality of feed. The key is the gap between the rolls and dies. The developed countries are using automated roll die adjustment system. That's a bit expensive, but that kind of technologies are available. So here we are depending on the operator, so at least every shift he has to ensure that the gap is maintained properly. Then the die friction, this is another factor. This can be easily monitored without disturbing the machine. On the process, you can measure the die friction, what it is. You have an indicator in the conditioner. It shows what is the temperature of the feed after steam addition. Then parallelly, you collect a feed from the pellet machine outlet. So then you measure the temperature. The difference between these two is called the die friction, expressed die friction. So this die friction is increasing due to any reason. Understand where the problem is, correct it. As I told you in the beginning slide, the cooling process completely depends in the hands of nature. So here the key point I would like to share is know your environment better. Because all the, especially on the climate changing period, summer to winter or summer to tropical, I mean rainy season or rainy season to winter and then winter to summer, that time the variation is huge. And that variation will be passing on to the feed quality through the cooling machine. So be careful, understand your environmental humidity. More than temperature, I worried about the humidity. But if the dryness is more, cooler will evaporate moisture. If 1% moisture, excess removal means 10 kg of feed. You calculate what is the cost of the feed today and how much is the financial loss to the organization. Similarly, if the excess moisture is coming during a highly humid time, so your feed will having a chance of fungal growth because excess moisture is coming into the feed. So the message what I would like to share is process control, process control, and process control. Keep the process control very tight so that you can achieve the precision in feed milling. So what we are interested is, on the right side, more precise and more accurate process from the feed mill, because that only can deliver you a feed with a more precise nutrition. So precise and accurate feed milling process ensures uniformity in your feed quality. And most important thing is it will help you to eliminate the wastages. I go back to my first slide, the excess protein. Just that is a one indication of variation. That is a wastage. It is neither used for the animal nor used for us, the feed manufacturer. It is a wastage. And most important thing is, more than economy, everything, today the availability of raw materials are, and everybody knows, everybody witness, the prices of raw materials keep escalating, where the availability is less. So preserve our role from the feed milling. If we can minimize these variation, we can preserve the natural resources, and that's each one's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for explaining in an easy way the concepts of precision and accuracy with a pictorial representation, and for highlighting the unnoticed variation leading to a reasonable monetary loss and the ways and means to rectify it. I now invite Dr. Karina Murthy, retired professor of Tanuvas, to honor our guest speaker, Mr. Kanagaraj. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the next technical presentation on the topic Better Health Production through Improved Control of Respiratory Diseases in Chicken Flocks. It is from Dr. Kannaniye Ganapathy, Professor, University of Liverpool, UK. A brief introduction about Sir. Dr. Kannaniye Ganapathy received his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from University Putra, Malaysia in 1991, PhD in Veterinary Microbiology from the University of Liverpool in 1997. Always worked in poultry practice, academia and research. Published over 50 papers. He became as a Fellow of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, Specialist in Poultry Medicine and Production in 2009 and a Diplomate of European College of Poultry Veterinary Science since 2011. He became a Fellow of RCVS in November 2022. Dr. Ganapathy's research specialization is on infection, immunity and vaccinology of poultry diseases of infectious bronchitis virus, avian metapneumovirus, Newcastle disease virus, H9 influenza, infectious laryngotracheitis, Mycoplasma gallisepticum and Mycoplasma synoviae. I now invite Sir for the lecture.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon and vanakkam. So it's a big pleasure to be in Namakkal again. Everyone there can hear me at the back? Very good, yeah. So it's a big pleasure, and I always believe that the engineer is always calling us back, you know, and to see all the good people in Namakkal, in India. And it's a great pleasure to come and share my experience working for the last, since 1991 in the poultry industry. So basically, you know much about my research work. It's on bronchitis virus. Sorry. So on the bronchitis virus, infectious bronchitis virus, avian metapneumovirus, and also we work on mycoplasmas, Mycoplasma gallisepticum and synoviae. In the recent years, we also have been exploring on H9 and also to some extent ILT. Okay, so these are, so you can see our focus is on the respiratory pathogens, but with the impact on the reproductive tract and for IBV on the renal system. So at the moment, I have 3 PhD students and 1 master student working with me, and others have already graduated. I do some international work and also some practice in the UK, but mostly teaching and research, yeah, research and practice to some extent. In the last 5 years, we have managed to publish about 25 papers in a low and also high impact journals. So at the top is Professor F.T.W. Jordan. You know? F.T.W. Jordan is the one who started poultry research in Liverpool, followed by Professor R.C. Jones, who was, and also Janet Bribery. Both are my mentors on my PhD. And then 2010 onward, I took over the poultry research because both of them retired. And you can see I put 2 pictures. You know, even though it has been that many years from 2010, I'm still probably looking young as before, yeah? So that's why I put 2 pictures. So anyway, the good news just in last month, we received good news from the BBSRC, which is a research funding body in the UK. So they have they're giving us a £750 million to work on the free-range layer farms, layer birds in the UK. So UK, we are producing about 13 billion eggs per year. About 65% comes from free-range birds in the UK. Yeah. So, but the industry is still growing. So we have an opportunity to work more on many factors related to the free-range farms in the UK. So I'm here this time with more relaxed manner, just to share some of my experience from my research and also from my field visits, and so that we can. Some of you may have seen some of the facts before, but I'm just going to go through it a little slower compared to whatever happened last time. So on the respiratory diseases, you know that there are many respiratory diseases. Our focus today will be on the viral diseases, although we should be aware about the bacterial diseases that I have listed over there. and Aspergillus fumigatus. And in the UK, we have a good number of backyard poultry now. So parasites, particularly Syngamus trachea and Cryptosporidium are occasionally diagnosed in the backyard flocks. But again, our focus is on the viral diseases and the control measures that we will go through later on. And there will be few slides on mycoplasmas, Mycoplasma gallisepticum and Mycoplasma synoviae. So before going forward, in my opinion, the birds in India and many other countries, mostly they are affected in terms of infectious diseases due to some sort of a compromise with their ability to defend themselves against infectious pathogens. So this is why we always protect the flocks with a package of vaccine and vaccination, nutritional elements, environmental protections, so that we keep them immunocompetent, so they can defend themselves if in case there is some sort of an attack from pathogenic organisms. And this is a continuous process. However, there are many things out of our control. In that case, there will be occasional incursion of virus attacks or bacterial and so on. The main two factors causing this problem is the immunosuppression due to infectious diseases of infectious bursal disease virus, which is affecting the depleting the B cells population, or the chicken anemia virus, which is affecting the thymus and resulting in the T cell depletions. Other infectious diseases or organisms such as Marex or reoviruses and adenoviruses to some extent can be causing immunosuppression of B and T cells. So these are the major things. When come to today's meeting is on more on the feed. So when come to the feed related factors, mycotoxicosis, I mean, it's been many decades from Professor Chandrasekhar's time until my time, perhaps in the future time, I think the mycotoxicosis will continue to become and to be a problem in the poultry farming. So they can cause both T and B cells immunosuppression. So you can see in this table, there was a study in Liverpool where they have given a group of birds with infectious bronchitis alone, and another group given infectious bronchitis and cyclosporin. And this cyclosporin will cause depletion of the T cells. Yeah. So here you can see when the T cells, I think that is not thick enough to see. So the one in the red in color, when there is a immunosuppression, when there is a depression of the T cells, there is an increase in the disease severity, respiratory severity, and more prolonged period of the disease. And then the mortality increases to a much higher percentage compared to the other group. So every time there is a suppression or T cell depletions, there is a higher disease and the virus titer, load of the viruses in the body is higher, and in terms of histopathology, you see more lesions. So this is with some sort of a chemical causing damage to the thymus of the birds. But there was another study, and this is in India, where they have brought in a group of commercial broiler birds. At 1 week old, they start feeding these broiler birds with T2 toxins. Yeah, and so there are 4 groups: T2 toxins, and with another group with a T2 toxin and IBV. Yeah, sorry, no, T2 toxins. They could serve 3 weeks. They start feeding the birds. So week 4, not 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, week 4, they challenge the birds with IBV. Okay, so T2 toxin given, challenge with the IBV, but T2 toxins were still continued in the feed. So what happened? Their humoral antibody responses. So the humoral antibody responses was much compromised. Yeah. So the antibody titer was much lower, the one in the blue columns, compared to the birds only given the IBV. So this is an evidence that if you compromise the immune system of the birds, not only the humoral antibodies, also the cellular immune responses can be compromised. And sometimes we think that, oh, look, this is a more severe case. But subclinical immunosuppression due to mycotoxicosis or other infectious agents can cause your birds to be susceptible to other co-infections, other bacterial infection, mycoplasma infections, and you get more complications. So sometime in the disease investigation, it's good to investigate what is the underlying cause of the problem. So I'm just coming to the next, so it's not related to the last slide, yeah? So the other point I want to raise is about sample collection. Because nowadays we are doing a lot of PCR, culture of mycoplasmas and so on, but I see so many variation in terms of approach for the sample collection. And sometimes some people call it the main way of collecting samples for submission in the recent time is the taking swab from the head of the birds. So some call it oral swab. So the oral swab is the swab goes into the mouth and then they just swirl it around and take it out. The next one is a co-anal cleft swab. Yeah, co-anal cleft swab. The second one, yeah, co-anal cleft swab here is the one you allow the swab to go into the cleft and you come out. Mostly targeted for mycoplasma samples. The third one is the oropharyngeal swabbing. Yeah, oropharyngeal swabbing. We can't see it. Yeah, oropharyngeal swabbing. Basically, the swab goes into the mouth. At the upper part of the mouth, beyond the cleft, you go and touch the pharyngeal tissue. Yeah, so the pharyngeal tissue is here. So the pharyngeal tissue is here. So you go a bit deeper and touch the pharyngeal tissue and you take it out. When you're coming out, if you touch the co-anal cleft and you come out, that's become OPC. Yeah, oropharyngeal co-anal cleft swabs. So such swabs, because you are touching the lymphoid tissues, where normally microorganisms tend to multiply and accumulate, you have better chances of detecting the circulating pathogens or even the vaccines. So OPC swabs. So OPC swabs, you can detect the viruses and the mycoplasmas at a single sampling. So in our experimental infections and studies, we always use OPC swabs in our birds. The other swabbing is from trachea on the other side. That is not that common in the nowadays because in the West, people think such swabbing is too much stressful to the bird. So it is not welfare friendly. So, and that's not being well practiced at the moment. At the top is the cloacal swabbing, which is normally done for Salmonella and Campylobacter, but in the recent times, it's also being used for IBV, AMPV detections for diagnostic purposes. I have some example here. So in this graph, you can see, so these are the commercial layer birds. We have given the vaccines either orally, so by each birds we have given the vaccine orally, or by oculonasal routes. So after giving the vaccines these are the days post-vaccination. So certain days post-vaccination, samples was collected. So OPC swabs were collected. At the same time, we collected the cloacal swabs. And then we did the PCR, quantitative RT-PCR to know the virus load. Number one, are we detecting? Number two, what is the viral load in the sample? So you can see, depending on the vaccination method, and the type of the vaccine. So here is the mass vaccine, and the 793B vaccine. So you see a different pattern in terms of detection and the viral load of the vaccine strains in these birds. And these are the commercial egg-laying birds, the adult birds. Okay. What is very interesting is, compared to the OPC swabs, to the cloacal swabbing. When go to the cloacal swabbing, 793B, you see when you are giving orally, you detect good number of the detection. But when you are giving oculonasally, the detection is very poor. So which vaccine you are giving what route you are giving, and what sample you are collecting. When you are collecting the samples plays a role. Are you going to be able to detect the vaccine strains by PCR or by real-time RT-PCR? So this is why sometimes we wonder why it's negative, why it's not detected. So there are many other elements are involved here. Okay? And this is also true for the commercial broiler birds, where we have given the vaccination. In this case, we gave the H120 and 793B vaccine together. Yeah? So that vaccine was given by gel, in the gel or spray method or oculonasal method. OPC swabs, look at the pattern, almost similar. But when come to cloacal swabbing, the spray method for the first 10 days, very little detection. So if some vaccine companies are targeting to sample the birds at 5 days post-vaccination as a standard to know whether their vaccine is working or not, and they're taking the cloacal swabbing, it's not going to be a good indicator. Yeah? So my suggestion is that if you really want to know whether the vaccine take is good or not, make both swabbing, OPC swabbing and the cloacal swabbing, and then take it through. The other thing is that when you do sequencing, you may find differences between the OPC swab, the respiratory swab, against the cloacal swab. So the question is why? Why is it not the same? Because the thing coming out at the bottom has gone through the body system. Yeah, it's gone through the intestine where the IBV can replicate. They can go to the kidneys and replicate, and then they come out. So there is a possibility they may change from what you have given by mouth. Okay. So we're just jumping to the another point now about the vaccines. So vaccines, we use the mass vaccine, yeah, the Massachusetts vaccine, mass vaccines. Everybody knows H120 vaccine, but H120 vaccine from company A, company B, company C, they are not same. Every company's H120, did not originate from the same strain and did not know the passages before it's reached the vaccine company. So here we have done, like here, the mass vaccines here. V1 is a one vaccine, V2 another, V3. So these are the vaccine strains. The VIR is the virulent strain. So basically the graph is saying, so we are trying to assess the virulence of the vaccine viruses in the tracheal organ culture. Yeah, tracheal organ culture. So why tracheal organ culture? Tracheal organ culture away from the body. So we have eliminated all the body immune systems. Whatever celiostasis that we see is direct impact due to what we have given in the inoculation. Okay? So you can see here, the higher the bar, the more attenuated is the vaccine, the higher the bar. So here the mass vaccine, you can see this one is the more attenuated compared to this one here. And this vaccine, V2, is equivalent to the virulent strain. Yeah, equivalent to the virulent strain. So that means in the market, there are H120 vaccines which are as virulent as our strain that we use as a challenge model in the lab. So not all the vaccines, H120 vaccines are same. So some will give you a little more clinical signs, some will give less clinical signs, depending on when you're going to use. Okay? So, and then this is a 793B vaccines. Yeah? On the 793B vaccine, these two vaccines having same attenuation level. But another vaccine here got higher. Sorry, this is most attenuated. These two are equally attenuated. Yeah? So this is most attenuated from company A, and these two from company B and C, almost equivalent, almost equally vaccinated. Yeah? Please do not take it wrong. A vaccine can be virulent. The more the virulence, the better the vaccine take. Yeah? But if your birds have mycoplasmas and other issues, then it's maybe a bit too much clinical reactions, a little bit mortality and so on. And QX, I know there is no QX vaccines in India. So here, just to present how the vaccines are behaving in the day-old commercial broiler birds with IBV maternal antibodies. Yeah? So we vaccinated these birds by oculonasal route. So MAS1 vaccine is a classical H120 vaccine, classical. MAS2 vaccine is a clone vaccine, yeah, it's clone vaccine. So we put in the birds, the clinical sign is almost the same. No, that's hardly much differences, yeah. And other thing people used to ask me is, when you're giving these MAS vaccines, are they interfering with the bird's maternal antibodies? Yeah, are they interfering with the bird's IBV maternal antibodies? So our study shows it's classical vaccine, MAS1 or MAS2, the clone vaccine, they are not touching the humoral antibodies. The passive antibodies are remaining the same, almost nothing happened. Yeah? So the other thing I want to say is, sometimes classical vaccine H120, that's also clone vaccine. Yeah? So what is the difference between the clone vaccine and classical MAS vaccine? The clone vaccine, many decades ago, they found an IBV and then they put it in the cell culture, yeah, in the kidney cell culture. When you put the IBV in the kidney cell culture, they will grow, but they don't grow profusely. They grow in pockets, and they cause cytopathic effects, damage to the cells. So, and there will be a gel layer on top. So they pluck it out, pluck out all these damaged areas, and they call it clone 1, clone 2, clone 3, and clone 4. And each of these clones were later tested in the cell system, grown up, and put into the birds. And they assess which of the clone is giving the right clinical signs and immune responses and so on. So one of the clone has become the vaccine. Okay? So, but you know, in the field, you are not having IBV clone attacks. In the field, you are having heterologous IBVs attacking the flocks. Anyway, coming to the next one, we also assessed the ciliary damage. Yeah, any live vaccines, Newcastle, IBV, avian metapneumovirus, ILT that you give to the birds, they are likely to cause some sort of temporary damage to the ciliary mucosa. Yeah, so in this case, the MAS vaccine 1 and 2, they have caused very tiny damage to the cilia movements. Okay, good movements, very bad movements. On 100% bad is little bad. Yeah, so they will always cause some damage. Without little damage, it's not a live vaccine. Yeah, so little damage. But if we go to the next slide is on the clinical signs. When you give the MAS vaccine, either classical vaccine or clone vaccine with 793B, I just put 1 or 2 because I can't name the products, yeah? And then we monitor the clinical signs over a period of time. The MAS2, when given with the 793B2 vaccine, there was a little more severe clinical signs, and there was a little mortality, about 10%. So this is where I mentioned some vaccines can be stronger. You will incur some respiratory reaction, so maybe some mortality. However, if the surviving birds will have and may have better protection because of the immune take is stronger. And this slide, I just to show the combination of the vaccines, but I'm going to the next one. So here, the ciliary damage in the birds when you give the vaccines in combination. Yeah. So please take note of the MAS1 and MAS2 is quite flat. But when the MAS1 is given with the 793B1 in comparison to MAS2 with the 793B2, look at the pattern of the ciliary damage. The MAS2 plus 793B2, the damage is occurring earlier compared to the MAS1 plus 793B. Yeah? So these birds, 3 days old, start having more clinical signs, more ciliary damage, yeah, compared to this one here, the red color one. Yeah? So that shows you need to program your vaccine and vaccination program according to what is the issue in your farm. If you're having respiratory problems, mostly after day 10, you should avoid the red color program. Yeah? So you can bring the reactions earlier, okay? And cover it with antimycoplasma and treatment and protocols so that your birds performs better. So these sort of findings are not secret. It's all being published in the journals. Yeah? The only thing I want to highlight in this graph, with all the 4 vaccination program, normally in the farms, people are monitoring the serology, after 3 weeks of the vaccination. It's a bit too late, isn't it? So here we monitor the serology from day 3 post-vaccination, day 6 post-vaccination, day 10, so we monitor very close intervals. So what we found, when you are giving the vaccine in combination, there is likely to be a drop in the in the passive antibody titer, at the day 3. But after that, they come to the normal. Yeah, after that, they come to normal. So when two vaccines are mixed together and given to the birds, now they're getting into the bloodstream. Yeah, and there is a temporary neutralization effect of the maternally derived antibodies. But thereafter, the birds are almost the same as the control birds and single vaccination. So in this case, your farm, actually every farm should be at least highly biosecured for the first 2 weeks of the chick's life. And this is also from the same experiment. You can see those vaccinated with a mass alone, and then mass plus 793B vaccines. And this is in the swabs, this is in the tissues, yeah? So mass vaccine alone and the mass plus 793B. I wonder who is having this pointer. Oh, can I have it? Oh, you are reading on the screen, yeah? Okay. So, so you can see here, every time you see when the vaccine is given together, the mass is being detected by PCR and molecular sequencing. We know it is a mass strain. But the 793B is coming later, and then they linger throughout the experiment. And this pattern is the same in all our studies and also studies done by others. And this is the inbuilt characteristics of the vaccine strains itself. Why it is happening like that, we don't know. Yeah? But from my studies and understanding, I found that mass vaccines, they have more affinity to the upper respiratory system. They grow better in the upper respiratory system. The 793B, they grow better on upper respiratory system, also in the intestine, in the cecal tonsil. So they have more ability to sustain themselves in the flocks. So this sort of vaccination, giving mass vaccine, 793B vaccine, is also popular in the Europe. But in the Europe, we don't have Newcastle. So this data comes from mostly from outside the Europe, where people are using two IBV vaccine, mass vaccine plus 793B plus Newcastle. So we did a survey 3 years ago to find out, is this vaccination program is getting popular? Is it more people using it? So our study shows, like I mentioned here, the South America, Central Asia, Southeast Asia. So how many birds they had this sort of vaccines, and and what is the pattern? So for example, if I see the example in this one is Southeast Asia, the uptake of such concept is low. They only started 2017 onward, more farmers start using, but it's increasingly popular. But in some other countries, like here in South America, it's getting much more popular. Yeah? So depending on country to country, region to region, what sort of a vaccine and vaccination program take is quite variable. The last one is there, 2016, that's in Africa, one of the country in Africa, and 32 million birds, they switched to the new program immediately because they found good benefits. So what are the good benefits when the vaccines are given in combination? I am not promoting anybody's vaccines, but this is all from our findings in our laboratory and from our survey. Yeah? So here you can see the benefits. Okay? So they have reported with the use of mass vaccine 793B plus Newcastle, there is a good reduction in the mortality depending on which country we are talking about. Some reported like 0.1% improvement. Some are reporting up to 7% improvement in the mortality of in the flocks. And come to the life body weight gain, you can see so much variation. Like C is China. Yeah, C is China. They reported like 10 gram per bird, yeah, per kg improvement. But China produces about 10 billion broiler birds. So that is a huge amount of body weight if you take the total population. And also there are advantages on the FCR of the birds. So these findings came through a questionnaire to the producers. No, we sent the questionnaires to the producers, all done confidentially. We analyzed, and this is what we found. So we go to the next. Another thing that I wanted to share is about avian metapneumovirus. So in Liverpool, we have been working with the avian metapneumovirus since 1990, I believe. So we are one of the global experts on avian metapneumovirus. There are two main subtypes globally, A and B. Yeah? So the B is much more dominant compared to the A. In India, the status is not well known, but my visit in 2010, I believe, we taken some samples and on the FTA cards and we did the PCR. At that time, we already detected subtype A in the samples collected from a breeder farm in 2010. And after that, I know that many of my contacts in India, they have done ELISA for AMPV, and there were so many flocks are positive for AMPV by serology. So my suggestion is that if there is any vaccines available, you can use it to protect the birds against respiratory problem, swollen egg syndrome, and drop in egg production and quality. If not live vaccine, at least a kill vaccine will be good in the breeder farms and in the layer farms. Yeah. So, so you can see here in this graph here, the red color is a flock not given any AMPV vaccine, so there is a drop in egg production, and the pink color line is the flock which was given an AMPV vaccine. Day 7, they gave the live vaccine, and then 4 weeks before they go into lay, they gave the kill vaccine. So there was a good protection of against the avian metapneumovirus. So this will be a good study sector for those in the research and academic. And we have been working with Tanua's Namakal Veterinary College. So I think we already done a good survey, serological survey, and also we have taken a good number of swabs for IBV and AMPV, and the data is being compiled, and hopefully we can get it published soon. Now I come to the topic that most of you like. It's about mycoplasmas. Yeah. So if you imagine mycoplasma since the 1960s, they have been in the poultry farms. They've been even before, but it's more named as a Mycoplasma gallisepticum in 1965, if I'm not wrong. So many decades, they are still a big problem. So when I was in the veterinary college, my professors, they told me and taught me about Mycoplasma gallisepticum. It's very important. It's causing respiratory problems, drop in egg production, and so on. Yeah, but in the last 5 to 10 years, Mycoplasma synoviae has become even more important in many parts of the world. Yeah, so Mycoplasma synoviae now it's known to cause respiratory problems, drop in egg production, particularly the apex eggs. Yeah, particularly the apex eggs. As usual, they can cause musculoskeletal problems, tenosynovitis, and also Mycoplasma arthritis. And because of that, now we have ELISA kits for MS. We have PCR kits and tools for MS. So the momentum gained by the MS is tremendous. Yeah. So it's very important and became very more important recent times, and that's why we also have a MS kill vaccines, also live vaccine in a recent time. So this is what just I want to highlight the importance of MS as good or as important as the MG. In the UK, our policy is still the same. We are only, the Mycoplasma gallisapticum is a not notifiable, reportable. So the farmers need to report if the MG positive. But for MS, there's no such requirement yet. But in Holland, their breeder farms must be free from MG as well as MS. But in the UK, definitely must be free from MG. MS is not enforced, but the producers voluntarily, they are already working to keep the flocks free of MG and MS. So now we are coming back to the swabs again. So for MG and MS, you can always take the choanal cleft swab or the tracheal swab or the oropharyngeal choanal cleft swabs. So these swabs, everybody takes swab, they send to the labs. Sometimes you think it is a Mycoplasma problem, but the lab is reporting negative result, particularly by culture isolation is negative or by PCR it's negative. So we found out that in the field, in the farms, veterinarians are using two different type of swabs. One swab is the one having the plastic stick. Another swab is having the wooden stick. Okay, so I'm not sure which one you are using. So these are popular ones in the UK. So we want to study is the swab stick is the one making the difference. So what we did, we have a Mycoplasma gallisapticum, we put in a pot, we dip the swab, the wooden swab, we took it out, and then we put the plastic stick swabs, we take it out, and we put them in the two different environment. One is the 4 degrees Celsius, the other one is the room temperature. So our lab room temperature is about 18 to 22 degrees Celsius, the room temperature. And then we monitor them, we try to reculture the swabs at 1, 2, and 3 days post incubation, post incubation. So here you can see this is a Mycoplasma gallisapticum. On the other side is a Mycoplasma synovii. So you can see here that with the plastic swab, we can still detect the Mycoplasma gallisapticum, but not with a wooden swab. And the same scenario for the MS. So the wooden swab is doing something to the way that we are operating in the lab. Because in the lab, when the sample comes in, we have a Mycoplasma broth, we put the stick inside, we cut it off or we break it, and we put the cap on and we put in the incubator, okay? So when we do that, the remaining stick or plastic still having contact with the Mycoplasma broth. So it apparently, the wooden stick, during the manufacturing of the stick, they have been applying preservatives. They've been applying all these preservatives. So some of the preservatives get into the medium and inhibit the mycoplasmas. So small things are so important in terms of optimizing our ability to detect the antigens. So this is also already published and available in the avian pathology. Coming to the control, I don't want to go through a lot of details here, just some summaries. So antibiotic use is number 1. So all the antibiotics, you can see the macrolides are very common to be used, and then the pleuromethylines, and then the aminoglycosides. So with the use of antibiotics, you are able to decrease the mycoplasma loads in the birds. You avoid infection, pathology, and the disease in the birds. And therefore, you are trying to protect the birds' welfare and also production for you. The other one is the inactivated vaccine, which has been used in use since the 1960s. The inactivated vaccine for MG or MS, they do have a role in our poultry farming. Because when you give inactivated MG or MS, a lot of antibodies are formed in the bloodstream. So in the bloodstream, the antibodies, when there is a mycoplasma infection in the respiratory system, if they're trying to get into the bloodstream to travel to other parts of the body, they will be neutralized. The other thing is when there is a respiratory infection with the mycoplasmas in the respiratory system, there will be infection, inflammation. When there's inflammation, the permeability of the vessels are compromised, resulting in leakage of the serum from the bloodstream into the lumen of the respiratory system. So you will have some marginal neutralization taking place in the lumen itself. So this is how the inactivated vaccines induced antibodies in the bloodstream able to provide some protection against this organism. Yeah? So there are many types available, and there are also live vaccines available. So the live vaccine, the target is to induce innate immunity, mucosal immunity, and to some extent the cellular and humoral immunity. Yeah? So what are the live vaccines available? You have an attenuated live vaccine like F strain, the 685, and for MS, MS1. On the other side is the temperature sensitive vaccine, TS11 for the MG and MSH for MS. Okay? And quite often I just like to explain that temperature sensitive, so sensitive to what temperature? Is it our room temperature, chicken farm temperature? Actually, it's sensitive to the chicken body temperature. Okay? In the chickens, the upper respiratory system, if you go through the nose and in the upper trachea, the temperature is about 33 to 34 degrees Celsius. So these organisms, temperature sensitive vaccines, they're supposed to grow in that part of the body. Because the body temperature is 42, if they go further down to the air sacs or the lungs or the reproductive tract, there's no possibility. They will be unable to multiply and they should die off, theoretically. Yeah? Theoretically, that is the concept. So that's why it's temperature sensitive. And I know in India, you also have the recombinant vaccine, MG gene expressed in the fowlpox. Yeah? So these vaccine, what is the purpose? Is to induce humoral antibodies in the bloodstream. Okay? So the antigen will be presented, the antibodies will be formed in the bloodstream. Okay? There is no mucosal immunity in here. Okay, so just before going further, I just want to tell about this MG live vaccines, the TS temperature sensitive vaccines, or even attenuated vaccines. That's always a risk. So there are some studies in the US that when breeder farms were given TS11 and they detected TS11 like MG in the broiler birds came from that particular breeder flock. So there could be sometimes some transmission happening. That's because the MG sensitive, temperature sensitive strain has become temperature tolerant. Because there's so many birds multiplying and sharing the MG. So sooner or later, some of them going to penetrate the temperature barrier and become tolerant. However, even they become tolerant, they become attenuated MG vaccine. They are not as virulent as the field strain. So in that case, it's still pretty acceptable. And for here, for the antibiotics, we have a problem with too much antibiotics because AMR and people concerned about overuse of antibiotics in the poultry. So there's a lot of pressure. So in the UK, our use of antibiotic in the last 10 years has reduced about 80% reduction because of a lot of pressure from the supermarkets, consumers, government authorities, and all our antibiotic usage in the UK need to be prescribed by the veterinarian. Yeah, veterinarian, they need to prescribe. If they wrongly prescribe, then their license will be suspended and their names will be on the website. So it is very risky. So I'm just, it is a last slide. So I just wanted to emphasize, as a veterinarian, when there is a problem, the problems are, and particularly there is already a veterinarian in charge, and they still can't resolve the problem, that means there are underlying issues. So the underlying issues you need to investigate, and those days veterinarians visiting the farms, you just have a scissors, they have a scissors on the pocket. They go to the farm, cut. But nowadays, the diseases are so complex. The diseases are complex, problems are complex, so we need to use laboratory support, to do the good diagnostics. And always, serology is fantastic for diagnostic work, particularly when you have paired serum sample. But when the problem is complex, you need to walk beyond the serology. Go for a PCR, go for a isolation, culture, and identification. If more complex problem, you need to come up with a more innovative and more extensive investigation protocols. So that's what my opinion. The last one is, I think is everybody's emphasis. You need to look into the biosecurity management, your strategic medication programs, and vaccine and vaccination. The last remark is, all vaccines internationally available has been tested, has been approved, so they're all good vaccine. But you have to have a program, have an approach to make it to work for your production system. Not all vaccines are suitable for your production system. And being a producer and veterinarians, you have the choice to put these things together. For example, the mycoplasmas, if you put the live vaccines with the recombinant vaccine, you have the cover for innate immunity, mucosal immunity, cellular immunity, to some extent humoral immunity, but the recombinant vaccine enhance your humoral immunity. Or you can use alternatively the inactivated vaccine. So sometimes work in terms of a concept build up for a better poultry health, welfare, and production. So with this, I would like to thank you all for patiently listening to me. Shall I pass it to the next presenter? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience on your research areas like mycotoxicosis, IB, and so on. Hope so the information might redefine the role of poultry vets in disease management. So I now invite Dr. Ramamurthy, retired professor of Tanuvas, to honor the guest speaker, Dr. Kannani Ganapathy. Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to the next presentation. It is on yet another interesting topic, implications of feed and nutrition on health of poultry. We have with us Dr. K. Jayaraman, disease specialist in poultry, and he is an alumni of Madras Veterinary College and has got 30 years of experience in poultry industry. For last 6 years, working as freelance consultant for poultry in South Asia, Middle East, etc. In last assignment, he was heading technical services function of Kemin Industries South Asia Private Limited. Experience in various fields, which includes broiler breeder, broiler integration, parent layer, commercial layers, hatchery, and projects. And he is well experienced in troubleshooting capabilities as well as differential diagnosis of poultry diseases. Delivered many lectures on diseases and disease management, and he has also conducted many trainings on post-mortem techniques and farm management. He has also got good experience in the field of vaccines and serology and received national level award for best veterinarian service from Indian Poultry Journalist in the year 2006 at Pune. So I now invite sir for the lecture.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am standing in between your lunch time. So good news is that my presentation is going to be the shortest presentation. I assure you that. It's a privilege and an honor that I am standing in front of my teachers and my dear seniors and my classmates and beloved juniors. What an honor. Thanks, FQL and the university, for giving me this nice opportunity. I have made many presentations in India and globally, but this one is going to be so close to my heart. Thanks for that once again. When I was asked to give a presentation on in this Silver Jubilee celebration, Dr. Nararajan said that this is mostly a kind of a feed-related thing. So give your expertise from the nutritional side, how it is going to affect the birds and how you can overcome. I thought that's certainly a very nice topic to dwell upon. Line of talk, a short introduction of what's that implications and what's the implications on feed and nutrition. I put it slightly different, two things. I will explain it in the coming time. And a bit of the nutrigenomics, the topic which is going to be getting more importance in the coming days, and certainly you will understand why it's so, and the take-home message. If you talk on how do you define a bird is healthy? It has to have less mortality and expected production or body weight and good livability. Is it that much only? No, sometimes you have to think on that. If the birds are affected, how it is rebounding back. That also indicates a good something called a bird is healthy or not. And how soon it indirectly comes from the adversaries. Feed and nutrition, basically they are intertwined subjects. You are going to give a feed, but are you giving everything to the nutrition to the bird? No, sometimes no. Feed is the particle, feed is the form of physical presence you are going to give it, but the nutrition is the one when it is being defined parameters and which is meeting out to the birds, then you are saying it is a nutrition. So there are slightly two different things. As I mentioned earlier, the form of presentations of the feed also sometimes matters. The previous speakers, Engineer Nava and Mr. Kanagaraj, dwelt in detail about that, so I'm not going to go in detail, just would like to say only one word, that forms of the feed, for example, the particle size is certainly mattering a lot. All right. When you talk of the feed and nutrition, feed is, as I mentioned, it's a physical textures of which you are providing. So my role of the explaining today is little bit on the nutritional part, whether it's through the conventional methods or it's through the latest thing of how the nutrigenomics is going to express it and how the nutritionist is looking at it is going to be my topic of lecture. Probably the crowd here would look at it in broiler, in total perspective. We have three segments. One is the layers, breeders, and the broilers. So we are going to talk on the three things, but slightly more on the layer segment. Today I would be talking on that one. Talking on the physical quality of that, or if you talk of as a feed per se, there are three things. One is physical quality, biological quality, and chemical quality. What you talk of a physical quality, it is the particle size and those stuff is a physical quality. how much is the moisture and how much is dry, that's a physical quality. What's the chemical quality? Probably may the nutrient content, or sometimes if it's contaminants, that's you are going to say is a chemical quality. What you have to look at that is also sometimes it's a biological quality. What's that? A feed, if you are going to give it, you have to be sure that how much it's going to have the microbial limits. It could be bacteria, it could be fungus, or total bacterial counts. There are limits, are there? You can say sometimes, sir, I'm using some products or these things, I think it should take care. Please remember, for example, if you are going to use acidifiers, there is a limitation saying that from X quantity, it will bring to X minus 50%. The base value is important. You cannot say that I have applied the material and it will take care. No, it will not take care. Because the base, how much is the levels of the contamination, it depends. So that's why you have to really understand what is the microbial quality or the quality of the feed when you are going to apply the feed ingredients. Toxins certainly play a major role. Mycotoxins, everyone knows about that. That's a form of the toxin which is certainly one thing is it is affecting. And not only that, very quite simple, or even the enterobacterial counts, if you are higher, your quality of the chicks is, or the birds is not going to good, it is affecting your, the intestine and the various organs. Right, coming to the major thing, nutrition. Okay, this is what the major subject of the discussions or the deliberations next time. See, if you are looking at a simple, basic this thing, a protein is a very critical for these things. Sometimes customers used to ask me, sir, I'm having a problem, for example, LPA. Sir, I am using 2 vaccines, still I am getting a recurrent outbreak. Can I go for one more vaccine? In one particular case, I told them when I looked at the protein level, it was so low, he was very much worried about the egg size, and the customer was telling, sir, rather than increasing the protein, I would rather give one more vaccine. I think that makes economical for me. I said, okay, give a try. In fact, after giving the 3rd vaccine also, the performance was not good. Again, he had an outbreak. So whenever after that he has raised a 0.5% protein, the problem is solved. So don't underestimate the importance of it. Sometime in other way, it will pull you down. Looking at that, these farmers knows very well. Sometimes when they are having problem, they will automatically, whatever they do, the birds don't bounce back that faster. So when they are going to look at that, I always suggest them increase the protein level. So sometimes the farmer themselves has realized, and they are doing it, when they are reversing back to the peak feed or the phase 1 feed, they are finding better response to the recovery phase. Why is that? Because their proteins are basically the immune complexes, what they are going to helpful. So protein per se itself is a nutrient here. You might have seen these kind of eggs in that. Some particular times, these are all happening because the gut disturbances. Sometimes when you are using a rapeseed meal or sunflower meal, you find these kind of a dirty eggs. It doesn't happen always. Sometimes some certain lots has that. So there is 2 things. When you are going to use these kind of protein sources, please remember that you have to be cautious about the levels of inclusion and also the certain lots of that. Sometimes you may be having lower level of inclusion, but even then you will be having higher amount of these problems. So you have to take care of these protein sources. This is a condition, the photo which is shown there, it's called crop mycosis, you can see here. What's crop mycosis? When the bird's immunity goes down, the crop is affected. When the crop is affected, the feed gets choked into the crop and it creates a trouble. Where is this coming from? This is coming from immunosuppression, sometimes just by the excessive use of antibiotics also suppresses your gut microflora. That time fungus explodes. So continuous usage of antibiotics, some people think that, okay, I am trying to control the X, but inadvertently they are ending up into this. So this is another condition people know well. Sometimes by using copper sulfate, they are able to overcome. Broken eggs is a never-ending problem. It's an evergreen problem in the commercials. When you are going to look at it, a quality defect, immediately people, they will jump into these things. Sometimes say, I will increase calcium, I will increase phosphorus, or D3. Please remember, sometimes excess of ingredients itself is causing the problem. A classical example is excess phosphorus. So we need to be cautious in terms of realizing this. Deficiency is also trouble, and excess is also a trouble. This is one classical example. Another one we are going to look at it in the recent times, you will find eggshell defects. If you look at it so closely, they always trying to attribute to the nutrition. Sometimes it may not be nutrition, it could be infection. For example, one classical example is MS infection, Mycoplasma synoviae, which is causing egg apical shell abnormality. You can look at it in the top of that one here. So you find the sandpaper-like appearances. So you have to understand on this one. This could be because of infection. This is called eggshell defect. Sometimes you see this is they called windowed eggs. When some of the occasions when your vitamin qualities is not optimal, you will find these kind of things. You have to take care of that. That's why we always say, even though you are getting vitamins, what would be the activity of that? That's why we recommend sometimes to keep it in a cold room, cold at 25 degrees Celsius, so that the activity is not lost. This is another thing, the buccal ulcers. Very simply, you will tell that I am giving toxin binder, but if the birds are having these lesions, if you look at it mouth, that means that either your toxin binder quantity is not up to the mark, or your levels are higher. So you may say I have given, but what is the indicator? These are all the indicators. If it says, I think any one of the thing is not sufficient. Another thing is that this looks like a very simple picture of inflamed intestine. But please remember, this intestine, through this intestine only your nutrients are absorbed and uptake, everything happens. When your intestine is not at its best, and if you are expecting the bird to give performances, sorry, I say, bird will say, I'm tired, I cannot give you the best one. So you take care of that. So this is quite simple. It not only every nutrients are getting affected, simple gut if it is not in a good health. Right. Sometimes, if it is not improvised, what happens is, the amino acids are getting partitioned for that one. So you have to repair that. Then only it will be able to give it. You cannot again and again give that. Products like something like nutrients like butyrates helps in repairing that by better fuel for the enterocytes. Coming to that, amino acids. See, there is a tendency among the farmers. Sometimes I don't want more exercise. I want only this much exercise. So they automatically try to reduce the nutrients. For example, some people try to do with the methionine to the greater extent. When we are talking to them, says that, sir, I'm happy, sir, but my exercise is all right. I don't have a problem. But please remember, methionine is the first amino acids, comes for initiation, elongation, and termination. And that's a very, very critical one, not only from that point of view, from the immunity point of view as well. When M plus C goes down, even though methionine would be meeting out, but M plus C goes down, you will find a very different behavior of the bird when there is a disease happens. You might be seeing these particular photos quite often. Sometimes in summer there will be more. The obvious reason would be that vitamin A, a very fast deteriorating one, especially in summer, gives you this kind of a condition. That's why we always tell them your vitamins has to be stored in a proper place. So you have to take care on this particular angle. Tracheitis, infectious laryngotracheitis, is a very, very concurrent issue is happening all over India, especially in the layer segments. You have to remember sometimes a very simple vitamin A, which is quite good at helping the columnar epithelium, helps the bird more than your medicines, more than your these things, other things. This helps. So you can handle this problem by using the nutrient vitamin A. Fatty liver is another condition. Yesterday, Dr. Chandrasekhar also gave a very nice presentation in the meeting about how fatty liver happens. Sometimes when the consumption is higher, especially in the winter and all, when calcium levels are not in right proportions, you tend to eat more and deposit more. Here, normally, fatty liver happens in, one is positive energy balance, another one is toxicities. It could be anything. When the livers are damaged, you would find fatty infiltration later on and then become a fatty liver. So you have to excess energy, and you including the widening of the improper calcium to calorie to protein ratio is another thing you have to take care while going to add this one. Biotin to the greater extent helps in these situations to overcome that. You can take that help of biotin in this case, and for example, sometimes if it's consuming excess of calcium, means feed, you can go with the help of calcium, grits per se. Sometimes when toxic changes are happening, another intervention what we can do, rather than trying to push up everything through the grains, you can go with oils, because oils, they don't push up the pressure on the liver. When there is any liver damages happen, I would always suggest that take the level of inclusion at least 0.5 to 1% of 10 kgs of oil in the formula, so that the liver doesn't get more stressed on. So this is another nutritional interventions, you could do that one. Vitamin C is evergreen. People normally will try to look at it only during the summer, but lot of evidences are there, especially in the vitamin C when you are going to do that one. Okay, coming to the water. Water is a very important nutrient, but very much underrated. People will think if water is not clean, E. coli comes. More than that, there is things. See, this is one particular farm I have taken photograph. You can see there's so much amount of scales. This bird is having huge enteritis. The gentleman was trying to give so much of a medication. I told them, your water is the major culprit. Please take care. More than the TDS, the calcium, this hardness is the one which is causing these issues. So when we are trying to put down to the reduced levels of this hardness, the problem is solved. The similar thing applies especially in the grower phase. If the water is very hard and you have to take care, there are sometimes possibilities of gout. It is not only comes from the nutrition, we have handled it together few cases, so it is also happens if your hardness is on the higher side. In the recent times, there is another nice thing has come up, alpha-mololaurin, which is quite commonly found in coconut. So in trying to control the virus infections, especially they are using it, they basically liquefies that they interfere with virus maturation and assembly, fluidizes the fat envelope of the viruses. That's a recent thing. A lot of literatures are coming. People are finding it very good in controlling that. Sometimes, if the nutrients like simple salt itself is there, you will find feather pecking. So you have to be, many things are there. All right. Ideal DEB is very, very critical. People will try to look at it more from the sodium and potassium, sodium and chloride only, but you should take very serious levels of maintaining the potassium as well. That they often sometimes miss it. Potassium is a critical one. Coming to the nutrigenomics, okay, I'm overstepping. Nutrigenomics is quite a latest one. What is the conventional nutrition says? Conventional nutrition says you give excess or shortage of the nutrient, you will see the results. But in case of nutrigenomics, you are trying to express the genes through which you are either upregulating or downregulating. Upregulating could be the better beneficial genes, and downregulating could be the deleterious ones. So sometimes when you are going to take chances of looking at which molecule would is better, these expressions are going to help you. Maybe if you are going to look at the minerals, whether this X is better or Y is better, this expression give you very precise answer. This is the growing nutrition. All right, immunomodulation is, you know very well, everyone used to use these practices in terms of bringing the immunity. Let us see, for example, if it's in pancreatitis, in any viral infections, you used to give a chromium, okay? So chromium is the one which is giving better results. Let us see from the nutrigenomics point of it. There are two chromium molecules, one is picolinate and one is propionate, but they have seen when their gene expressions, picolinate has not performed the same one as a propionate. Very, very nice. It's done in monogastric, of course. You can correlate to the poultry. So that is where nutrigenomic comes. Coming to the CAV, the birds are having the problem. You might understand, sir, zinc and biotin is very much helpful. Okay, let us see how you can look at it from the nutrigenomics point of view. See, they found zinc, different forms of zinc are differently expressed. They are not same. So while trying to look at this you are giving it in a better idea what to choose. Our final slide of mine. This is the level of understanding nutrition is very critical to handle the situation, not only for just productions. Using the knowledge of nutrigenomics will be playing much better role in choosing the molecule and trying to better the performances. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much. Thanks for my listening, sir.
Thank you, sir, for explaining with utmost care and patience the diagnosis of various health implications in poultry related to deficiency or excess of nutrients. I now invite Dr. Kumarasamy, Managing Director of Neos Park, to honor our guest speaker, Dr. K. Jayaraman. Thank you, sir. I now invite all the guest speakers to come forward for the discussions by the participants, for queries related to the topics from the participants. Participants can ask their queries if there is any in the topics covered.
Sir, hello. Sir, I am Ravi Kumar. Riemann. சார் நான் தமிழில் கேட்டுட்டுங்களா கேள்வி?
கேளுங்க சார்.
சார் இப்போ அந்த மில்லிங் டெக்னாலஜின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு பேசினப்பங்க இந்த டிப் ஸ்பீடு அதிகமாச்சுன்னா உங்களுக்கு மெட்டீரியல் அவுட்புட் ரொம்ப கம்மியாக வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாருங்க ஃபீட் மில் கிரைண்டரில். பட்டு இப்போ எங்களோட இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நாங்கள் ஸ்பீடு அதிகமாக வச்சு தான் மெட்டீரியல் அதிகமாக வெளியே எடுத்துகிட்ருக்குறோம். அது எந்த மாதிரின்னு கேட்கலான்ட்டுங்க.
Sir, what I understand your question is, if tip speed increases, whether the output will decrease. That's
Yes.
what you are asking.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first I will tell in Tamil itself. With certain conditions, for example, you increase the tip speed increase பண்ணும்போது parallel-ஆ அங்கே ஸ்க்ரீன்லேயும் ஓப்பன் ஏரியா இருக்கணும். இருந்ததுன்னா உங்களுக்கு அவுட்புட் இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகும். பட் டிப் ஸ்பீடை இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணுறீங்க, பட் ஓப்பன் ஏரியா வந்து கம்மியாக இருந்ததுன்னா அவுட்புட் கம்மியாக வரும். ஏன்னா மெட்டீரியல் கிரைண்ட் ஆகுது, பட் உள்ளேயே சுற்றிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு, வெளியில் போகிறதுக்கு ஸ்பேஸ் இல்லை. ஸோ அந்த கண்டிஷன்ஸை அவர் வந்து சொல்லியிருக்கலாம். பட் என்னோட அபிப்பிராயம் என்னன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, இட்ஸ் ஆல் இன்டர் கனெக்டட். மோட்டர் ஹெச்பி, டிப் ஸ்பீட், open area in the screen, and then air assist system. இப்போ நீங்கள் பழசு கன்வென்ஷனலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா there is no air assist system on ஓல்டு ஹேமர் மில்லெல்லாம். இப்போ ஹேமர் மில்லில் ஏர் அசிஸ்ட் சிஸ்டம் இருந்ததுன்னா இட் வில் ஒர்க் டிஃப்ரெண்ட்லி. இஃப் இட் இஸ் நாட் தேர் இட் வில் ஒர்க் டிஃப்ரெண்ட்லி. ஸோ வென் வி ஆர் டிசைனிங் த மிஷின் we need to look into all these checks and balances. So my answer to your question is, if there is no open area, proper open area in the screen, then it will affect the output. That's what. Maybe we can get Mr. George's opinion also.
The question was regarding hammer mill operations, no? Because I heard you saying that if you increase the speed, normally you don't get high capacity part because in the Philippines, only a few practitioners realize the importance of a higher increase or a higher percentage area. Normally, they're just happy that they are supplied with 35% open area. Little did they realize that if they only ask the supplier to give them 40 or 45% open area, they will get more capacity. But of course, it will still be subjected to the limit of what your motor can take. No? As long as you don't overload the motor, that's okay.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question.
Sir, I have a personal question. That is, there is a perception that we were taught that pellet is good, better than mash. But there is a perception, there is a thinking in among the broiler and even among the layer people or broiler. They think that if mash is prepared better, then the performance of that is achieved by the pellet conditions can also be achieved in mash. What is your opinion, sir? Do you understand, sir, my question? So pellets are better than mash.
Pellet or mass? For broiler?
Yeah, say maybe broilers.
Yeah, well, from our experience in the Philippines, no, especially when I was still with San Miguel, the biggest broiler producer in the Philippines, we are using pellet and crumble for growing broiler. No, the mass basically used in the breeding farm. But to grow, we have a lot of contract growers, and to grow the broiler, it is preferred to use the pellet format.
Some of the farmers in India, they are feeling if mash is prepared well,
Yeah.
equivalent to pellet,
I
they can
think-
save some money for manufacturing the pellet, and they are getting equivalent result, both in mash as well as pellet.
Uh-huh.
So what is your opinion, sir?
Actually, maybe it depends on the acceptability of the farmers, no, their practices actually, no, because there are really different practices being done by farmers. But what I can really share with you is the practice being done by the big integrators. No?
There is a question from participants. For better pellet quality, fine grinding is better?
In general, if you grind your feed finely, you will produce better pellets, because it will be easier for the steam to be absorbed by the small particles. No, it's easy to gelatinicize, and therefore you can pellet it easily. No, so fine particle, better pellet. Coarse particle, your resulting pellet will be crumbly, easy to break.
Sir, is the question to, I think, probably Gannan Kanavadi, sir. Is 793B is available in India?
793B, as far as I know, it's there is a registered 793B strain known as 196. I think it's called iBird. iBird, yeah. It's a trade name is iBird. Okay. There are other 793Bs probably not registered, but still available. But the details you have to ask the locals.
Is it available in India?
Yeah, it is available, sir.
This question.
Sir, 4/91 is under registration, sir. It will be available soon, sir. That's what information from MST, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, while we thinking the feeding history, it starts from foraging, mash feed, wet mash feeding, it comes to pelleting, now crumble. Whether the feeding technology will stop in crumble, or in future it may be developed for any other technique like nano feeding or liquid type feeding.
So again, it's a question about pellet, crumbles, and mass, no?
No, sir. We have been now the technology developed from foraging to crumble, sir. It will stop here, or it in future it may any other technology may develop in feeding, sir, like nano feeding or liquid type feeding or any other feeding like.
So, are there new technologies? Is that what you're referring?
Are there any new technologies beyond crumble?
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe the new technologies that I can mention is, after weighing, batching, mixing, no, and then you are now ready to pellet. There are other technologies wherein you can produce pellet and crumble them, no? Like for instance, in the area of conditioning, I think our colleagues here also mentioned that one way of conditioning is with the use of not only steam, mechanical power, and there are ways of conditioning it. Like there are now expanders. No, expanders is one of them. there is also what is called the BOA compactor. No? Expander is produced by a German company called Kahl. The other one, the BOA compactor, is produced by a Dutch company, right? And there are also double pelleting. No? Those are technologies that can be used in producing perhaps better pellets. But at the end of the day, I guess the question is, do you really need the very tough pellets such as 98 PDI? It was long ago concluded by my previous employer that a PDI of anywhere between 92 to 95 is just the optimum, because making it harder, no, higher PDI, it's a waste of energy, electrical energy, no, because definitely your output, your pelleting output will go down, so you spend more on energy. As a matter of fact, the regular practice is, after pelleting, there is no more sheaving. It's all direct to bagging line or the bulk. No? And somehow, the performance of the broiler seems to be acceptable. No? So again, that's one way of increasing the throughput of the whole system. Because when you sheave, no, when you screen off the pelleted feeds, you just let maybe 5, 10, even 15% go back, and it will just recycle, and it's not going to help the production of good quality feeds, no? Because some of the micro ingredients will be subjected to, repetition of heating, by conditioning, heating by breaking it. So at least that's what I can share with you from my previous experience, yeah? On the development, on the technology, and then, as I said, at the end of the day, what's the best kind of pellet do you need in your broiler farm that can give you the least production cost of your broiler? Thank you.
The PDI you mentioned, above 90% you told, na? PDI, pellet durability index. That is by the Hallman tester, or which method you are mentioning? Hallman tester?
Oh, okay. Yeah. The Hallman tester is a very fast way of establishing or testing your PDI. The KSU method is the one that takes a little bit long, no? Because you need about 10 minutes. With Hallman, you can get your PDI in about 1-2 minutes. So it's faster. But the thing is, in my experience, you have to establish the correlationship, no, between a Hallman and a KSU type test number. No? You have to establish a correlationship. You may have a very high reading with Hallman, but maybe slightly lower using the KSU tumbler. No? But as I said, in Hallman, there are some parameters that need to be adjusted, no? like the circulation of the air. But in Hallman, it's pretty straightforward. No? You just weigh sample, and then you let it tumble. No?
By Hallman?
For broiler, I would say still up to 95, no? 95. Because higher than that, personally, no? I think it's a question of, you're spending more on electrical energy, no? And of course, less output. Years ago, as a matter of fact, years ago, no, a PDI of 85 was pretty acceptable. I think it was only in the production of commercial feeds that that becomes an issue, because the commercial feed miller would normally tell you mine is better because it's 98, but the bird needs 98. No? It's normally in the commercial feeds business that you encounter that problem, that the customer would like higher PDI, no? But I think it has to be established in terms of performance in the farm, no? Maybe that will require further study. Thank you.
Sir, good afternoon. This is Dr. Gopinath, sir. I have one question related to layer pellet versus layer mash. Layer pellet, when we use layer pellet, sir, it's to Mr. Kanagaraj. The layer pellet, when we use layer pellet, the production is very good, but the issue is loose dropping. Otherwise, everything is fine.
Okay.
So how we can go with, even I tried 4 mm, 5 mm pellet also,
Okay.
but everything is 98% we took.
Okay.
Uniform size, egg whiteness, is everything is good. But the problem is loose dropping.
Okay. Keeping the bird performance, maybe we can take the opinion from the veterinarians. From the process per se, what I am seeing in our country, the process standards, we are still following for the layer feed like a broiler feed. One example I'll tell you. For the broiler feed, the conditioning temperature, everybody knows, between 80 to 85. But whereas the layer feed, the conditioning temperature should be around 75 degrees centigrade only. It should not go beyond that. But what my experience, what I have observed, still many of the feed mill, couple of days back I was in a feed mill where they were maintaining at 82 to 83 degrees centigrade, feeling that, sir, temperature is low. But when that feed passes through the pellet machine, again further 7-8 degrees centigrade increased. So now you see the temperature profile of the feed throughout the process. So at conditioning now 83, another 7-degree increase, which we are not monitoring or recording in the pelleting process, which has crossed 90 degrees centigrade, 90 or 91. And we know that at 90 degrees centigrade, many of the heat-sensitive ingredients in our formulation would have been affected. And even protein would have been denatured at this temperature, I believe. So my observation is, we first of all, we need to understand the milling standard, I mean process standard. I'm specifically mentioning the process standards for broiler feed and layer feed is different. That we have to give emphasis and then maintain in every area, right from grinding, conditioning, even pellet die. The pellet die compression length we should reduce. That means the LD ratio should be less compared to the broiler diet. Otherwise, if the compression ratio is same, then the heat generation at the die will increase, which we will not monitor, we will not see in our eye, which may be taking the nutrients. It may affect the micronutrients in our formulation, which may leads to these kind of performance issues. This is what is coming into my mind. I am just sharing with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for Mr. Kanagaraj. I am Dr. Arindam from AgriVet Research and Advisory. I know you as a thorough process engineer for last 15-20 years you have been in this industry. So from your anecdotal experience, I would like to learn, see, when we define quality, if I go by the Deming's law, that says lack of variation is quality. Most of the commercial feed manufacturing units and companies, it is the nutritionist who is the watchdog for quality. In your experience, how much awareness you have seen in the nutritionist in terms of variations? Can you share your experience on this?
So, Dr. Arindam, actually, nutritionist knows about the variation and they know what is the consequences because of this variation. The key link here missing, I feel, this is again my personal opinion, this information, how much it has gone to the process owners. The process owners means here I am meaning the person who is in charge for that particular process in the feed mill, like hammer mill, like grinding, like conditioning, or the pellet operator, or the operational engineers in the plant. Because unless otherwise the information what the nutritionist knows goes to this level, we will not be in a position to minimize this variation. I would like to share one example which was happened in my life. I was giving a training program to one of the customer. So in one of the slide I just put, if there is a variation in batching, what will happen? If it is, if the nutrients are less, it's going to affect the performance, like this slide today. If it is going to be increased, then you will be losing this much of money calculated for their own operation, this much money, in terms of money when we said, during the tea break, that was I'm talking about some old mash unit. There is no batching system. They used to do by using a platform scale. So there is a one operator who takes care of each batch, how much quantity is weighed and then dumped into the process. That gentleman, I'm meaning he is the process owner for me for the batching. So he came to me, sir, so far my supervisor said there should not be any error. There should not be any error. Even I have not asked to him what will happen to the error. If there is an error, what will happen? Today only I realize if I make a small error, how it affects the feed mill performance as well as the animal performance. So the message what I would like to share here is, this much knowledge has to be dissipated to the level at which the person who is controlling the process. Otherwise, difficult. We can talk and talk and talk, but it will not happen. So that is what the connect is required. In my opinion, all nutritionists aware of the variation and then they wanted to bring down the variation, but the link missing is this. That's what I feel. Thank you. Thank you. Exactly.
So I'm Dr. Balasubramaniam. Kindly excuse me for delaying your lunch. And my question to Dr. Kannan, in presence of maternally derived antibodies, we vaccinate, there is a temporary drop in the level of antibody. Isn't that it will lead to reduction in the efficacy of vaccine?
When the example I showed you, at 3 days post-vaccination, when the two vaccines were combined and given, there was a temporary drop in the passive antibody levels in the birds. So that is almost likely, almost certainly caused by the vaccines multiplied in the respiratory system, and when they are entering into the bloodstream, some of the maternal antibodies has been neutralized. But maternal antibodies are in a huge amount in the bloodstream. So the vaccine only touched and out, rather than having a continuous decline in the maternal antibody. You understand? So there was no continuous decline in the maternal antibodies. It's just at 3 days we detected, but no after. That means the body immune system is already taking care of the viral replications, and the immune system is fighting against. So there was no further reduction in the neutralizing antibodies, in the passive antibodies.
So there is no question of reduction in the efficacy of the live vaccine, you mean to say?
Yeah, there was a temporary
reduction. Even in
reduction.
the presence of maternally derived antibodies.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I'm a producer, I'm a veterinarian, I will still continue to recommend use of combined live vaccines with 2 IBV strains, and even with in combination with the Newcastle, because all this is in the experimental condition. In the farm conditions, nobody may take the blood at 3 days old or 7 days old. But I have not seen any adverse impact when the vaccines were given together, to my experience.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Another question to
But there's one thing I wanted to tell you. If the chicks coming from a breeder flock, where they have not been exposed to a live vaccine that you are using in the broiler farm, then there is a question. Because the maternal antibodies is a natural barrier against the live vaccine that we are using. We want them to replicate more in the respiratory system. If the breeder farm has never used 793B vaccine, but you are going to use it at a day old, so there is no natural barrier. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to check on that. Thank you.
Another question to Dr. Jayaraman, and you said T2-induced mouth ulcers can be reduced by inclusion of good and proper, good toxin binder and at proper dose. But my question is that how it can reduce in the mouth ulcer, because mouth ulcer develops in the oral cavity, but we need to give time and proper environment for toxin binding molecules to take effect. Will it happen in the mouth itself?
No. That's the same thing we have discussed also. I discussed with Professor Natarajan. See, the bird's eating time is quite short. So if you are going to think that it's going to, when it's consuming toxins are affecting it, it doesn't happen that way. When it goes there and metabolizes into the liver, when it comes there, it causes in a form of ulcer. So, if the binding of the material which happens in a certain pH and the moisture, in the mouth it will not happen, in the feed it will not happen. But when it is going to bind it properly at the medium, which is in intestine, there it is giving a good efficacy. Through that the metabolites don't reach the mouth.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, and it's getting late, and we would like to close it. Can we, sir? Yeah. So with the permission of the senior persons and the chief guest, I close the session. And if there are any questions and doubts, they can be discussed personally over the lunchtime and thereafter, when the time permits. And on behalf of TANUAS, Veterinary College and Research Institute, and the laboratory, I thank profusely the speakers, all the 4 speakers, for having spared your valuable time to come over from your respective places, and good amount of time spending on sharing your knowledge. Thank you so much. And thanks to all the participants who have come in good numbers from all over South India, in every segment of this poultry and as well as other feed industry. Thank you so much, and nothing is going to stop us from having our lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.